therefore chosen this time and place to discuss a topic on which ignorance too often abounds and the truth too rarely perceived, and that is the most important topic on earth, peace. What kind of a peace do I mean, and what kind of a peace do we seek? Not a Pax Americana, enforced on the world by American weapons of war. Not the peace of the grave or the security of the slave. I am talking about genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, the kind that enables men and nations to grow and to hope and build a better life for their children. Not merely peace for Americans, but peace for all men and women. Not merely peace in our time, but peace in all time.
We look at tomorrow and see unlimited frontiers just waiting to be explored. Our brightest discoveries are not yet known. Our most thrilling stories are not yet told. Our grandest journeys are not yet made. The American age, the American epic, the American adventure has only just begun. Our spirit is still young. The sun is still rising. God's grace is still shining. And my fellow Americans, the best is yet to come. Thank you.
In 1985, Stevie Ray Vaughan said this.
I hope we've all learned something lately about a few things. There's no longer time for any of us to do things like had happened to a few friends of ours over in the mother country, down south, anywhere in the world where people push people down instead of pick them up. We are all here to help each other, love each other, and be brothers and sisters. We've got one chance in this life to get out of here, whether we have to do it over and over or not. And that is to learn to love everybody else and treat them just like ourselves. Or forget it. Let's all try to learn a few things and pick each other up when we're down. Not ever push nobody down because we're up. You with me?
Day by day, night after JFK Jr. himself is acting as a pilot in the dramatisation of his love story. People who are watching Love Story, this is the TV program about JFK Jr. and Carolyn Bessette. This is a reenactment, a dramatisation. Well, there's a pilot in the show, a man flying the plane. And I've got evidence here for you. The man flying the plane, the actor, well, his credit says his name is Philip G. Carlson. But people think that it's the actual JFK Jr. Not dead, playing a pilot in a show about himself. Look at the photo. Brendan?
It just seems a bit odd.
Do you think?
Because he's disappeared. His Majesty kept...
He smashed a plane and died
And-
along with his sister-in-law and wife.
Not many people walk away from plane crashes.
Underwater especially.
Hey, what's up, America? A new political party is being formed by people that state they were betrayed by Donald Trump. And it looks like it may be led by Thomas Massie, Tucker Carlson, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. So some of Donald Trump's largest critics are joining together and have announced that they're in the process of creating a new third political party. So Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie, and the former director of the U.S. National Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent, all sat down for a meeting with some extra family members that joined to discuss the creation and launch of a new political party. They state, quote, "Our commitment is America first for all Americans, right, left, and center. The movement has begun." Marjorie Taylor Greene states, "We said no more foreign wars, and we meant it and supported Donald Trump because he made that promise, but he's betrayed us all." Now, people like right-wing influencers Alex Jones and a great deal of other pissed-off Americans think that this is an amazing idea. But then you have people like Laura Loomer and other Trump supporters that think this is terrible and went on the warpath. But I actually think the creation of another political party is absolutely fantastic. And this is exactly what we should be doing, because here in the United States, we don't have very much representation. And we can get some more representation with a political party that may actually represent the American people. What I see here are conservatives willing to work with liberals and hopefully grow a new political party that will fucking actually represent the American people, pull us away from a socialist takeover, but also be America first at the same time. So we have to be honest with ourselves when we say not every right-wing conservative is some MAGA individual and not every left-wing Democrat is some socialist. You have enough independents, Bill Maher liberals, and non-MAGA conservatives to make a political party that would probably beat both of them. So this is a great idea, and if they're going to do this, I'd like to throw my hat in the ring here and run against Democrats and Republicans. Fuck them. So Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie, or anybody doing this, if you need somebody on your team, I would be happy to join and run against these fuckfaces that have been destroying America for years. Now, my whole thinking on this is there was no movement on the Epstein files whatsoever. We probably need to get those people investigated and thrown in jail. And a great deal of the things we were promised never actually happened. Now, MAGA figures are starting to talk shit and can't stand this idea. But we need to start preparing for a world outside of MAGA, which will be happening at some point. And so let me know what you think. Do you think this is a good idea or a bad idea? I think it's probably a good idea, especially with the waning of MAGA and the rise of socialism coming out of the woodwork with the new progressive Democrats.
Hello. Hola, Carlos.
I am the great and formerly powerful Mitch. I'm fine, totally fine. I'm as healthy as a horse of many colors. Now, why are you disturbing me?
I'm here for a brain. A worm ate mine.
Silence, you fool. Who's next? Step forward.
I need a heart. I'm told they're standard equipment.
We're fresh out of those. Next.
I'm just here for some courage. Any amount.
Give me a break, Mike.
I'm here for what we all want. Proof of life or any sign of brain activity.
I already provided that. If you really want me to emerge in public, bring me the Epstein files.
Enough with the Epstein files.
Now go. Scott Jennings is on hold, and I promised him a 20-minute substitute call. What the? Pay no attention to the men behind the curtain. Those are just my emotional support Republicans. Good boys.
See? I just spoke with him. Sharp as ever.
Lindsey Graham's net worth was only $1.4 million. He made $134K a year as a senator, spent 23 years in office. If anybody could have gotten fat rich off defense contracts, it was him. He never abused the insider track.
Well, $1.4 million is still more than most people.
Bernie, stop. That number means he actually worked for a living. No book deals, no foundation scams, no speaking fees from countries that suddenly loved America.
Integrity is relative, Donald.
Relative? He could have been swimming in contractor money, yacht, mansions, the works. Instead, he died with the net worth of a good dentist. Meanwhile, half your old team can't walk into a room without a stock ticker.
That's not entirely fair.
Next up are entrepreneurs who believe their product is cooler than the rest.
Our brake pads are made with a non-corrosive poly plate.
Okay, so wait. You went so over the top with nonsense, it is everything but a legitimate product. And for those reasons, I'm out.
What my associate is trying to say is that our new brake pads are really cool. You're not even going to believe it.
Where is your proof of this? What study do you have?
Hey, I tell you what. You can take a good look at a butcher's ass by sticking your head up there, but wouldn't you rather take his word for it?
I'm out.
I find your presentation is exhausting and complicated.
No, I mean, you can get a good look at a T-bone by sticking your head up a butcher's ass, but then, no, it's got to be your bull.
Wow. You guys want this or American Gladiators?
Gladiators. I can't do this anymore, man. My head's about to explode. My whole life sucks. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where I'm going. My dad just died. We just killed Bambi. I'm out here getting my ass kicked, and every time I drive down the road, I want to jerk the wheel into a goddamn bridge in Buntman.
You're a get the out of here. You.
We'll be in touch.
Couple times today because you've been very open about coming back for this year, last rodeo, and you talked about your wife saying, hey, have another year. Mike McCarthy being here, obviously a big deal. Can you tell us about the mindset of coming into your last season? Like, that's a real thing, it feels like, because is everything better? Is everything funner? Is everything more awesome? Like, how do you kind of view this year versus maybe the years of the past?
I'm going to plead the fifth.
Okay. Okay.
Like gotta love that guy. Okay. Like that absolute coward, Tony Fauci. Absolute coward.
Yeah.
Hey, it's back, baby. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, 111
You
times.
got a pardon and you're in front and you pleaded over 100 times at the White House? What are you scared of, Tony?
Yeah.
I thought you were the science.
Yeah.
I thought you were I am science, and you get up there and you can't answer a question?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
baby.
And how much time did the network spend at that? How much time did they spend on my responses every week, on my vaccination status, on Taylor and Travis's wedding? Yeah! Did they do even a minute? Did they do even a minute on Tony Fauci?
No, I don't think I've heard anything.
I bet they didn't.
But on that note,
and there was another scandal this offseason too, involving a voter for MVP, for Coach of the Year. How much time did your network spend? Where's your cap? Did your network spend on that?
Our network.
I wish
How much time did you spend?
This is awesome.
Go back to Fauci?
Yeah.
Go back to the coward Tony Fauci and science?
Hold on now.
Who's spending the entire time writing in his diary about how fun it is to be famous? You got to be kidding me.
Okay, so on that note,
what are you going to say about me now?
Debate him.
What are you going to say about me now?
No, I got no debate here. You had a 500.
No, seriously, what are they going to say about me now? Now you can't talk about the COVID stuff because obviously it was made, in a lab in China. That's like not even questionable anymore. Tony Fauci is an absolute criminal. I'm on good terms with my family. I'm on good terms with my family. What are you going to say now? What are you going to say now?
I want to let you know it's been a fun ride for you. I would assume over the last couple.
It's been a great life and a great career, and it's nice to be sitting on this side now, especially after that coward played the fifth over 100 times.
Okay.
I thought you had a part in there, Tony. Why couldn't you answer one question the entire time?
Okay, we got 4 minutes until the hard out.
Yeah, I got 4 more minutes. We can keep this shit going. We can keep it going.
Anything else?
I got at least 4 minutes.
Okay,
I didn't want to take the vaccine, but I took it. Millions of other people didn't want to take the vaccine, but we took it. Why? Because there was a mandate that was handed down. And if we weren't willing to meet that mandate, our jobs, our livelihoods, if not compromised in a very significant way, would be completely stripped from us. But there were others who had the courage to say, bump that. And one of those people at the forefront was Kyrie Irving. I bring his name up because I had my issues with him from a leadership standpoint, never as a player, because he's sensational. But with him, in terms of leadership, and I didn't look at it as being courageous. I looked at it as being selfish. And I watched Dr. Fauci on Capitol Hill yesterday. And the person I thought about most was Kyrie Irving. But with him, in terms of leadership, and I didn't look at it as being courageous. I looked at it as being selfish. And I watched Dr. Fauci on Capitol Hill yesterday. And the person I thought about most was Kyrie Irving because of the heat that he was taking. And how folks were piling on because that was just the latest transgression in their eyes that he was committing and subjecting the public to. He refused the vaccine. New York City's mandate made him ineligible for home games. And he linked his stance to people losing jobs over vaccine mandates. A lot of people spoke out against these folks. I spoke out against Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving is a phenomenal basketball player. He's also a good brother who's conscientious and never intended to hurt anybody. Just exercised his God-given rights as a man and as an American citizen to do something differently than the public was pressuring him to do. I wasn't alone. There were many, many people who took that position, but they were wrong, and I was wrong. He deserved better.
Trust the experts. Trust the experts. Trust the science. Trust the science. CDC. Dr. Fauci. Mask on, mask off. 2 shots, 1 shot. Mask on, 2 masks. Comply.
Thank you all for coming out and risking your lives. Who wants a shot? Who wants to see a ball game? Wave your flipper.
have law in the nation.
So everything will be difficult, to say the least. So we are about to shift. Now, I'm going to play you this video so that you can hear what's going on.
To have law in the nation, you have to have a court. International law is human rights law and arbitration. That court is the Guantanamo Bay Court of Justice, because it's the International Court of Justice out of The Hague. As I said before, when I said the War of 1812, the Marines are back, and that one got a bunch of views. The Marines are back because the Redcoats that invaded in 1812 was not the Marine. According to the Supreme Court of the United States ruling in 1930, they classified them and named that cartel organization the Union of the United States. That Union of the United States consisted of the House of Representatives, or members, senators, rogue British officers, naval officers, okay, and financial cartels or financial organizations all together, all right? That was called the Union of the United States. When they burnt the White House down, they destroyed all the land records and all the land patents. When they tried to invade Baltimore, they were trying to get to the birth records at the Basilica. They never got in because they were held, Fort McHenry, where the Star-Spangled Banner was written. And then they decided to appoint infiltrators into our system, and they left. And that's why we assumed that we won the War of 1812. We didn't win the War of 1812. They left operators, agents. Those agents have subsequently become the financial organizations or the power organizations, subsequently called now the federal government, or key parts of the federal government, the elite, or their operator. Lincoln called them agent, okay? Basically an insurgency. It's been here since 1812, all right? So, the International Court of Justice prosecutes for crimes against humanity. But you gotta have the International Court of Justice in the North American territory before you can return law. That's how it works. You gotta have the court. That court is ran by the United States Marine Corps. That's why it's at Guantanamo Bay, all right? Trump signed an executive order saying that it was against cartels. Everybody assumes it is the drug cartels. Everybody assumes it's drug cartels. Not the drug cartels. Not just the drug cartels, okay? Which they'll probably be given a chance to redeem themselves, all right? But here's what it is. If someone blows the whistle or exercises their rights and you put together, let's say, 19 people in an organization, when one of the workmen inside that organization blew the whistle on you and you tortured them and you violated all their rights and you ignored them and you did whatever you wanted, you, as an organization, all 19 people right here, will be classified as an individual organized cartel that is operating outside of treaties and the International Court of Human Rights and the Geneva Convention. If you did it to somebody who is disabled, that is a crime against the human species. Your organization, your 19 people, because there's 19 people that probably should watch this, that are all together as that organized crime cartel inside as public officers and agents inside the government or inside the public organization, that's the cartel. And all 19 will be prosecuted as one individual. And all 19, or they're affiliated, will be treated all the same under the International Court of Justice and Justice in Guantanamo Bay. And they're gonna need veteran prosecutors or International Bar Association members. And if it was reported to you and you were law enforcement and you ignored it and tried to investigate the individual that reported it, or because it came to your notice and you did nothing as law enforcement, you are part of that organized cartel because your job is fraud, waste, and abuse, and you failed to do that. So you're now a member. That's how it works. So by having the power to issue declaratory judgments as one group of people, more than one, as a organized operation, syndicate, cartel, every person who participates in gang piles on an individual to destroy their defame them, destroy them, publicly humiliate them, you are part of a cartel. So if like you have an ex-wife who wants to steal everything and then they get with their attorneys who want to help them and they destroy you and then they collude with the judge and the court officers and all of them, that is a syndicated, a joint individual cartel that will all be treated the same. That's why you have a court of justice. That's what that actually means. And people are going to be prosecuted all over the place. It's not just a politician. There are many cartels. There are numerous cartels. And when they join to each other to destroy someone's reputation or steal everything, that's a cartel. and they get judges involved or they get law enforcement involved, or the law enforcement refuses to do a proper investigation on fraud, waste, and abuse, they're now a member. And they will all be treated as one individual. And they will have to present their representative for all of them as one united, individual, organized cartel.
Christian God is the one and only true living God, the creator of heaven and the universe. Jesus Christ is God. Jesus Christ is God. Jesus Christ
Well, it's alright, riding around in the breeze. Well, it's alright, if you live the life you please. Well, it's alright, doing the best you can. Well, it's alright, as long as you lend a hand.
You can sit around and wait for the phone to ring, waiting for someone to tell you everything. Sit around and wonder what tomorrow will bring. Maybe a diamond ring.
Well, it's alright, even if they say you're wrong. Well, it's alright, sometimes you gotta be strong. Well, it's alright, as long as you got somewhere to lay. Well, it's alright, every day is Judgment Day.
Maybe somewhere down the road away, you'll think of me and wonder where I am these days. Maybe somewhere down the road when somebody plays Purple Haze.
Well, it's alright, even when push comes to shove. Well, it's alright, if you got someone to love. Well, it's alright, everything will work out fine. Well, it's alright, we're going to the end of the line.
Don't have to be ashamed of the car I drive. I'm just glad to be here, happy to be alive. And it don't matter if you're by my side, I'm satisfied.
Well, it's alright, even if you're old and gray. Well, it's alright, you still got something to say. Well, it's alright, remember to live and let live. Well, it's alright, the best you can do is forgive. Well, it's alright, riding around on the breeze. Well, it's alright, if you live the life you please. Well, it's alright, even if the sun don't shine. Well, it's alright, we're going to the end of the line.
Unfortunately, we have to have this scare event, which isn't a scare event for those that know it's coming. It's necessary to do the job that needs to get done. It's not going to last very long at all. And that's, part of the Great Awakening. That's how it starts. It still doesn't mean we don't have a 10 days of darkness. Sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business, complicated.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Complicated.
They're going to keep us waiting in many different ways. They've already done that in many different ways.
So it's ExxonMobil, it's Chevron, it's Shell, it's BP, it's a lot of them. The gasoline or the oil prices have come down so much, and we are not seeing anything at the pump by comparison to what it should be. We should be, in my opinion, at $2.25 right now at the pump. And we're higher than that. And we are doing a big investigation on it. Yeah, they're not reducing the prices commensurate with what's happening. Look, we are sending out, think of it, 19 million barrels came out yesterday. That is a flood. That's like a gusher. That's an oil gusher. And they should be much lower, the gasoline prices, which really is what people see more than anything else, but for their car. But the gasoline prices should be much lower at the pump. And the oil companies are possibly gouging. I hope they're not, otherwise they're going to be in big trouble. They're going to be in big trouble. We're not going to play games.
Off-duty state trooper and an armed citizen are being praised after firing back during a deadly shooting at an In-N-Out restaurant in Twin Falls, Idaho on Saturday.
And I have some breaking news to share with you guys. United States, and we currently have U.S. nuclear forces on very high alert. There were as many as 4 B-52 nuclear bombers airborne over the continental United States. And in addition to that, we had 2 very long emergency action messages transmitted this afternoon. They were 268 characters each, and that is very rare. The last time I heard a 268 character message was when Iran was getting ready to strike Israel, and when Israel was getting ready to retaliate last year in April. And right now we have a nuclear war command and control plane up in the air over Kansas, and we also have a nuke sniffer up in the air over Offutt Air Base, which is very interesting. Those are planes that detect radiation in the atmosphere. We also have a lot of sub-hunters off of Florida right now. We have one off the coast of Daytona Beach and one off the coast of St. Petersburg. So very, very interesting. And last night we had a massive amount of reconnaissance in the Black Sea. We had a NATO AWACS plane looping in Romania here, and then at the same time there was a French recon plane flying parallel to the western shore of Crimea, and then there was also a French nuclear-capable fighter jet, a Mirage 2000, flying in the Black Sea as well. And then we also have this privately chartered recon plane here patrolling the border of Moldova and Romania. Okay, so this could have been related to the missile strike that occurred.
5. An Iskander-M hypersonic missile struck and sank a container ship docked at Odessa port, a ship allegedly carrying British weapons to Ukraine. The vessel, MSC Levante F, was Panama flagged, but reportedly Swiss-owned. And now the entire Black Sea is on edge. Was this an escalation into direct conflict with NATO, or a calculated warning shot from Moscow? Let's break it all down. The attack happened in broad daylight. The MSC Levante F had just docked at Berth 2 in Odessa when Russia launched an Iskander-M missile, a weapon known for its pinpoint accuracy and blistering speed. Moments later, the ship was engulfed in flames and sank into the harbor. Russia wasted no time claiming responsibility. Their Ministry of Defense stated the vessel was carrying a cache of British-made weapons, drones, missiles, and other military supplies intended for Ukraine's front line.
Nonprofit Health Policy Research Group finds that 9.2 million adults, that's nearly half of those enrolled in Obamacare Medicaid expansion program, do not even meet the federal requirements to qualify. How did this happen and how do we know? Connor Hansen live on Capitol Hill with more. Hi, Connor. Good morning.
Hi, Dana. Good morning. Well, this study says some of those people actually make too much money to qualify for this Medicaid expansion program, and others are getting these benefits even though they're here in the country illegally. Now, this study was put together by the Paragon Health Institute, which is run by a former advisor to President Trump. He's alleging widespread fraud here. He says more than 9 million people, as you mentioned, close to half of those using the Medicaid expansion program under Obamacare should not qualify. The report given to Fox Business ahead of a hearing here on Capitol Hill says pandemic-era policies supercharged the issue.
The question is about so-called gain of function, which, for people who aren't entirely clear about it, it is a highly risky research process that includes manipulating a virus to study how it behaves as it evolves. Now, what scientists say is that although it's controversial, it's necessary to prepare for the next pandemic, to get ahead of it, to figure out what these viruses can do. You want to end this gain of function research. Some scientists say, isn't it better just to put better guardrails around it?
People have been trying to put guardrails around it for generations, and it hasn't worked. And clearly, COVID-19 pandemic and many other global pandemics that we have come from gain-of-function research. The RSV epidemic that we have, that is the biggest killer of kids in this country today, came from these kind of experiments. The Lyme disease almost certainly came from this kind of research. So, and the scientists who you say are experts are making the argument that this is necessary for pandemic response, cannot point to one instance in history where research that came out of this kind of experimentation has actually provided us something beneficial.
So how do you
has actually provided us something beneficial.
So how do you prepare then? How do you prepare for the next pandemic? I mean, that's literally part of your job now, because experts think it's going to happen within the next 10 years again.
Yeah, I mean, I think we did virtually everything wrong the last time.
So what about now?
The principal thing that we need to do is we need to listen to what's happening to doctors on the ground. There are 15 million frontline physicians around the world. They're mainly now connected through the internet. We can tell on the front lines what's working and what's not. If we had listened to those doctors during the COVID pandemic, we would have saved potentially millions of lives. There were therapeutics out there that were working. There were doctors that were having no deaths from COVID and treating, in some cases, thousands of patients. And we weren't listening to them. Instead, we were doing the opposite. We were shutting them down. And then, Dana, the other thing that I would say is that we need to protect our constitutional rights. That is the primary obligation of our country.
Mean?
Well, during COVID, we completely dismantled our constitutional rights. We began censoring people in violation of the First Amendment.
But I'm not, you're saying what not to do. I'm asking what to do. But I want to talk about.
That's something to do. That is the number one priority. We protect the Constitution. The Constitution was written.
Forgive me, but you're talking about rights, and I'm asking about a potential public health crisis that is coming. But I do want to
And one of the mistakes we made in the last time was suppressing those rights so people weren't being heard. Doctors who were saying you're doing it wrong were being marginalized and vilified.
Yeah,
and
because again, I really want to move on, but.
Yeah,
you were saying you were. Yes,
you were part of the problem.
No, I wasn't part of the problem.
There was absolute press malpractice. You weren't allowing your
Mr. Secretary,
your job is a fierce skepticism toward authority, and you weren't doing that. You were beating up
My job
people
is also
who were dissenting.
No. Okay, you want to sit here and attack me, or do you want to have conversations about public health?
Me.
I'm not attacking you. I'm asking questions about how to prevent the next pandemic.
Question, and I'll tell you.
I'm asking questions about how to prevent the next pandemic.
Question, and I'll tell you.
That's what I'm trying to do. But I also don't want to use this interview to allow you to say things that aren't entirely true. You're talking about therapeutics, fine. It is also factually true that the COVID vaccine worked. The COVID vaccine prevented deaths. There is data upon data upon data. let's talk about the measles, please, because this is something that is happening as we speak. The cases in the U.S.
vaccine protected children vaccinated.
Can I ask you, the Wall Street Journal reported that the president is pressuring you to conduct studies probing the link between vaccines and autism. Is that true?
Did you say probing the link?
I'm just quoting the Wall Street Journal, that the president wants you to go further to probe the link between autism and vaccines.
He certainly does.
Okay. Now, have you talked to him about medical research that have studied this for 25 years and found no link between autism and vaccines? And just this is my question here, because I don't want to litigate that. My question is, why not, because you are HHS secretary now, why not study what could cause autism, which scientists do believe starts with fetal brain development? Why not do some studies on that, whether you're an environmental lawyer, whether there are environmental factors that go into contributing to a predisposed genetic situation?
Well, let me say this first. We're doing all those things, and that's one of the ways that we found Tylenol. There's 73 studies out there and linked Tylenol exposure during later pregnancy and during the perinatal period to autism onset. But you are wrong when you say that this issue has been studied. It has been studied, and you're rolling your eyes, Dana. But
I am, because I don't want to have you use our air to say this. There have been more than 40 studies involving 5.6 million people to conclude there is no link between vaccines and autism. This is the head of the Committee of Infectious Diseases for the American Academy of Pediatrics.
Now let me tell you what the Institute of Medicine says, which is the National Academy of Sciences, which is the ultimate arbiter on vaccine safety, in which it does not have an interest in this debate. It says that none of the 8 vaccines that are administered during the first 6 months of life have ever been studied for a relationship to autism. It found 2 studies, one on the DTP vaccine that showed that it does cause autism, and one on the hepatitis B vaccine that again suggests that it does cause autism. The Institute of Medicine dismissed those 2 studies because they were based on CDC's database. The studies that you're referring to are all for one vaccine, the MMR vaccine, or one ingredient, thimerosal.
So you are actually looking at, you're starting new studies to try to link autism, but you're also telling me—
I'm not trying to link autism to anything. I'm trying to find out, why is autism gone?
Are you also trying to find out how it interacts with people's DNA, what's predisposed to have an autistic child? Are you doing both?
Yeah, but Dana, you probably don't understand this because you're not a scientist. But genes
you're not either.
Genes don't cause epidemics.
I understand genes.
Provide a vulnerability.
A gene provides environmental. That's what I'm asking. Are you studying the environmental
exposure? We're looking at all the different environmental exposures, but your statement, you have been fooled. Your statement that this has been studied is not true. It's categorically not true. Not for any of this stuff.
It is considered.
Considered by who?
By every scientist who has studied this.
That is not true. I can give you hundreds of scientists who have looked at this.
So on the one hand, do you understand why people aren't getting—
Academy of Sciences. What greater authority
do you understand why people are not getting—
Because
I am frustrated.
Have not been honest.
The reason I'm frustrated is because I am frustrated.
Have not been honest.
The reason I'm frustrated.
Been honest. Because
I am frustrated.
Have not been honest.
Sure, you've heard of Nikola Tesla, the famous inventor of many beautiful things in the area of electricity, magnetism, and physics in general. An absolute brilliant mind who wanted to share his invention of free energy with the world. This was a thorn in the side of the cabal, who made billions of profit with oil, coal, and other fossil fuels. Tesla was arrested. His work was stolen. All his inventions were seized by the American government. John Trump, Donald's uncle, was a brilliant physicist, electrical engineer, and inventor. During World War II, he joined the National Defense Research Committee. In 1943, he reviewed and analyzed the Tesla papers right after Tesla died. That's right, Tesla's inventions on clean and free energy, on anti-gravity, and on much more that has been kept hidden from the public because there was no money in it, fell into the hands of Donald Trump's uncle, whom he loved and greatly admired. Guess how that fits in Q's plan to save the world.
Come with us on a trip to the farmers market where we shopped with food safety in mind. We walked into the market and the first thing we saw was this gorgeous display of berries that we absolutely had to check out. It's totally fine that the berries aren't being stored in the refrigerator while at the market, but once we get them home, we'll put them in the fridge and give them a good rinse before we dig in. Then we went to check out this mountain of peaches that looked so fresh and good, but before we put any into our bag, we checked the outside for any damage like deep cuts or bruises because those can harbor bacteria and make the peaches unsafe. So if any had a large bruise like this one, we went ahead and put it back. And then we wandered over to this vendor that had dairy products like cheese. And it was so cool to see that they were being stored on ice and being kept at a safe temperature throughout the market day. Then we went to the meat vendor and it was perfect because they were storing their raw meats in a cooler with cold sources, keeping them at a safe temperature and preventing harmful bacteria from multiplying to dangerous levels while at the market. We grabbed these pork chops that looked so delicious and put them into a separate plastic baggie to make sure that any bacteria on the surface of the packaging or that might start to leak out didn't get onto any of our other farmers market goodies because we don't want any cross-contamination happening here today. We knew we had some more errands to run, so we put all of our stuff into an insulated bag with cold sources, and then we got on our way.
The blue cities have something in common: crime, high crime, vicious, violent crime. But what do they have in common? They're all dirty. They're filthy dirty. Their streets are dirty. Their streets smell. Their storefronts are broken. Their trees are all gross. Everything about the place is dirty.
Could you make me a woman?
Could I possibly be inconspicuous? With my flow is f***ing ridiculous. It's quite an accent. See, I'm from the South, but some of the most beautiful things come out my mouth. And I'm on stage just as soon as I come out the house. So I might as well give them something to talk about.
Why in God's name are you dressed like a woman?
I was a rap to make a blind man believe in the boogie. And if you came here to move this evening, the boogie holler. When you want me to come, holler. When you want me to come, call me. Hey. When you want me to come, be around. Yeah.
I have to go. I have to leave. We have to leave now. I have to go.
Lyme disease that almost certainly came from these experiments and is now devastating our country. RSV that came from a laboratory, which is now the biggest killer of children in our country. And of course, the COVID-19 pandemic, which was a trauma for the whole globe. And all of those have been linked credibly to gain-of-function research. So it's something that with enormous cost and no proven benefits.
Requested to alter course to 190. If you do not comply, we will compel compliance with force. This is Warship 4-5. We will monitor your course for compliance at this time. Warship 4-5 standing by on 16 out.
Earlier, you mentioned Morocco. What do you mean
Morocco?
Israel caused it? Israel and America
Isn't it Morocco?
Got the Moroccan government to send like 40,000 people into Spanish-administered territory. It's not even on some conspiracy shit either. Like the New York Times is openly covering it as such.
I love this line of messaging because it's actually completely in line with the way that I feel. He's basically saying that Israel attacked Spain with a bioweapon, and the bioweapon was immigrants. That's the whole point. See? Yes. All right, now we're coming around.
It was classic Israel in the way that they did it.
Israel and Morocco conspired together to import in a bunch of the same people that I want to import into the country to punish the country. And Israel and Morocco are bad because they were trying to punish Spain by importing in a bunch of the people that I want to come into the country. It's so insanely stupid. I can't even believe this.
It's not my damn fault.
Well,
the New York Times said Morocco did it. But did they say Israel told them to? No, they didn't.
So basically, even the New York Times said this. Well, did they say that? No, they didn't.
I'm skeptical that Israel and the U.S. got Morocco to do it. It seems like something Morocco did on its own. Really.
Everybody knows that these African countries can't do anything on their own. If Morocco ever does anything, they don't have their own autonomy. They can't make decisions. They don't have a government, obviously, right? Because we're not racist.
They were doing it after the American government literally signaled that they want Morocco to do it. Come on, dude. I don't know if Israel had much to do with this. They'll take advantage of it, but Morocco has done this before independently. I know, but never to the...
The chatter actually makes more sense than he does, and it's not even remotely close.
It has a lot to do with Spain's attitude against America, against NATO, against America's actions in Iran, and also Spain's statements against Israel as well.
This logic, in my mind, is so profoundly and impressively stupid, it doesn't even make me mad. This is coming from a person that wants to bring in a bunch of migrants and a bunch of these random people from Africa and the Middle East into Western countries. He's one of them, right? Why is it that this is even a bad thing? How are you framing this as a punishment that Israel and America are enacting on Spain when you want this punishment to be the actual policy? What the implication of this is? The act of the... Yes. Do you know, this is the reason why I refuse to condemn the Moroccan police and the Moroccan government. If you want one photograph for Asmongold, how do you want to handle immigration? This is the way Morocco deals with people trying to come back. Why doesn't this happen in China? Nobody knows. It's a mystery. Nobody knows why they don't do this in China. What the fuck is this? Oh, that's smart. I mean, I don't know if they're going to be able to get over this. I think this could just be the end of the migration problem right here. Yeah, this is it. It's over.
Aloha, this is Sarah Surfing. Today is Monday, August 3rd, 2026. Okay, this podcast, things are heating up now, especially after the Camp David cabinet meeting. There are worldwide updates on oil and money laundering and all that, and Iran and Venezuela news, very big news and hints about Venezuela being the 51st state. There is a little bit of a kind of the Trump card about a pipeline in Iraq that's working with major oil companies. Media is not reporting that as well. Jay Clayton does get sworn in, and it happened in stealth mode. We did not see a ceremony, a fanfare, nothing on any of that. So the media, politicians, they are in fear of that. A little bit more about Jay Clayton, the elephant in the room. Let's talk about that. And then this podcast talks about that. And then we do need to really stay focused because the distractions are coming in full speed. And there is the worldwide revival is still happening, which is absolutely biblical. Enjoy the podcast. The link is either above or below, and I'll have another show very soon. Aloha.
And finally, new rule, Donald Trump has told 1 trillion lies, but when he says the Democratic Socialists of America are actually communist, that's not one of them. And it's not hard to prove it. just by quoting the DSA and their candidates. J.D. Vance was on the show, and I told him that if the Democratic Party keeps going in the direction of the DSA, my vote was in play. And all I heard all vacation was, oh my God, you're a Republican now. No, that's not what I said. I said in play. And here's why. Because not a week goes by where I don't read about some newly chosen, exciting new face in the Democratic Party. And then when that face opens its mouth, the Communist Manifesto or some other crazy shit comes out.
And I guess she choked. I don't know what the hell happened.
Are you reconsidering her role here?
I don't know what. You don't. You're fake news. Don't ever talk again. You're fake news. One of the worst in the business. Fortunately, nobody watches you.
Got my first real six string, bought it at the 5 and dime, played it till my fingers bled, was the summer of '69, me and some guys from school had a band and we tried real hard, Jimmy quit and Jody got married, should've known we'd never get far, oh and I look back now.
full week off without having anyone access you, what would you do?
If I had a full week off, I'd be wondering what was going on. I'm being honest, and maybe that'll change when I'm out of this job. But if I could make the world stop for a minute and have nothing going on, I'd love to well, my wife's gonna hate this answer, but I'd love to sit down and watch every college football game starting at noon Eastern until when the West Coast games end at 2 a.m. our time Eastern. I'd love to be able to do that at least one weekend. I doubt I'll be able to do that anytime soon.
They're making too much money. Okay. Based on a shortage, they're making too much money. I don't like it. And I should be the last one to say, because I'm a big free enterprise guy, nobody bigger. And, you're going to see oil when we're finished with Iran, you're going to see the prices drop through the floor. But they made too much money. Too much money. Chevron, too much money. ExxonMobil, too much money. When you look at one company where they made 12 times what they made the year before, they're going to give some of that back to the public. And they better cut the retail price, the consumer price. Too much money. You're surprised I'm saying it? I'll say it loud and clear. I'm not happy about it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The firing squad, every single one of them.
The IP addresses of individuals who have shared child rape images in just the last 6 months. There are 338,000 dots on that map. Let me say that again. 338,000 dots of known instances where a predator has shared, posted to the internet images of child rape, child abuse, child sexual exploitation.
So let me get this straight. You're telling me that we have the IP addresses to over 300,000 individuals that should only have one destination, as I mentioned in the beginning. Why are we not doing a manhunt? Why is there not? Why are we have the IP addresses. We know where they're located. We know the area. There's over 300,000 of them. What are we waiting for? What is the United States government waiting for? What is the FBI, the CIA? What are we waiting for? How much more information do you need? It isn't enough to just know the IP addresses. It isn't enough to just show an image with all these thousands of red dots all over them. There should be a different type of red dot. There should be a different type of justice for these children.
The common backyard plant, dandelions, an extract of dandelions, can actually, and they proved it in the test tube, it kills 95% of cancer cells. And they implanted mice with human colon cancer tumors. And in the mice that were receiving the dandelion extract, it reduced the colon tumor growth by over 90%. So the tumors weren't even growing when they were taking the dandelion. And you'll see it in the image there. It's so obvious. The ones without the dandelion, they got these massive tumors. They just kept growing. They wouldn't stop. And then they gave them this common backyard plant, and it selectively targeted the tumor cells. And it was accompanied by zero toxicity, absolutely none. And there were human trials planned for this, and unfortunately they never happened, probably because the chemo cartel cannot make a lot of money from a common backyard pest plant.
One of the wildest things now is during this Fauci trial, you're not seeing any coverage of it on mainstream media, except I saw one of those stupid panel shows on CNN where they were saying no one cares about this. We should care about what's happening right now. America doesn't care about what happened 5 years ago. Hey, there's a congressional hearing going on where a guy's testifying in front of Congress who got a complete 10-year immunity for all the crimes that he possibly could have committed when he wasn't convicted of any crimes, which is an incredible precedent that's never happened before. You've never had a guy get pardoned for something that he was never convicted of for 10 years, anything he did in 10 years. And then you have that same guy testifying in front of Congress, pleading the fifth that what color his tie is. If you don't think that's news, you're out of your fucking mind, and you shouldn't be calling yourself the news because you're just a propaganda arm for whatever pharmaceutical company is paying for your advertisements. What you're doing is nonsense. This is definitely not news. That's a big issue for most Americans who went through that. People who lost their jobs. People who had to take a vaccine in order to go to work and got sick from it. People who they couldn't fly. They couldn't travel. They were vilified. They were called plague rats because they were questioning these things. And here we are. Here we are with CNN saying this is not a big deal. Why are we concentrating on this? We have so many issues right now plaguing this country. Yeah, guess what? We can concentrate on those too. We can look at everything. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what the news is supposed to be. You're supposed to be telling you. You're not supposed to be the arbiters of what we can and can't concentrate on. That's ridiculous.
Okay, that's a good one. So I wouldn't want a bad one on this time. Some are good. You know, we rate them from 6 to 10. 6 is usually when I'm standing up holding it. You can't do a very good one, but that's a 10. So you deserve a 10.
You are launching the Real Food Show, and this is going to showcase inexpensive and healthy meals. You're going to teach people all across the country, Secretary, how to eat whole, real foods and how much easier and truly inexpensive it can be.
Yeah, Laura, one of the, criticisms that we got, or concerns, let me put it this way, when Brooke Rollins and I, the USDA Secretary, flipped the food pyramid and we put real food back in, we took out the Fruit Loops, the ultra-processed food, and we put protein and grains and fruit and vegetables in. One of the concerns people had is, are we going to be able to afford this? Isn't real food actually more expensive? And as Chef Robert Irvine has pointed out, he is actually, by giving the troops better food, he's saving 26% on every meal to the military. So you do not need more money to eat good food. And one of the things that we're doing to try to teach Americans how to buy food and how to eat real food at affordable prices is this Real Food Show that people can watch now on my YouTube channel on Secretary Kennedy. And we're going to have a famous chef in every week, cook a meal for around $3 a portion of high quality food that any American can get. And we're going to do it very fast too. We've told the chefs we want fast, convenient meals that are also affordable and really good.
Every parent is looking exactly for that, Secretary, so I'd love to hear it. That's amazing.
Where'd all the time go? It's starting to fly. See how the hands go, waving goodbye.
Montana, where a 14-year-old has been credited with saving a man from drowning in the Yellowstone River using just his lasso. 14-year-old Jory Thomas was camping with his family when he heard someone crying for help near the river. And Thomas immediately jumped in to help, telling local outlets, quote, "God was basically putting me in the place of all of this. God was just telling me all of this at the time and saying, go get him. You got it, and I believe in you." The teen says he used his lasso to pull the man out of the river and up to safety. He was later honored by the local sheriff's office for his heroic actions. Good for that guy. Those are the type of people you want around. Those are headlines, guys.
We have known now since 1961 in the United States and prior to that in other countries that the live virus vaccine for polio does cause the disease itself.
And I think there have been about 200 or more cases reported in the United States.
Not quite that many. 140 or so have been reported, but the likelihood is that the number is, as you say, 200 or more. Evidence at the time that the kill virus vaccine was doing all the things that they said it wasn't doing. And the absolutely positive assertion that the live virus vaccine could be given without risk of paralysis. Now, that statement was made by the American Medical Association in its June meeting of 1961, at a time when all of us knew that cases had been occurring in the countries in which it had been used. The story, when it's finally revealed, will be quite fascinating.
The world is mine, will this get back? You talked all that smack, so you got clapped. Your Ayatollah's gone, I'm the motherfucking Dawn. Big fish in a small pond. Now these pups went up on my hook as I cook, cause I took the straight, now they shook. Dummies hold they breath, they wanted this be making crispy. Fry 'em up like Kappas from the Mississippi. Leader unseen, just a lip dick dancing queen. We see you women, fuck it up, no one covered up. Bow down before your bridges all fall. The 7 special forces running up on your fucking peas. We on the seas, getting the Chinese on their knees, begging Trump please. Before any motherfuckers act hard, will rewind my part, fool, and bow down. When I come to your town, bow down. When a Persian bound, bow down. Oh, I drop a crater or two, bow down to the dog who's greater than you.
I noted behind you today, and he also spoke, there was a CEO of a trucking company who's committed to hiring 1,400 veterans over the next year. Are there incentives out there for trucking companies if they contact the administration to hire vets?
Yeah, there's plenty out there. And the main incentive is having good workers who will show up, as you just said, show up, do the work, and earn a great living. Hiring a veteran is an investment in your company. I don't care if you're a trucking company or anything else. If you're wanting to hire somebody, look at a veteran. And I just have to say something here on that as well. Mm-hmm. It's amazing how, and again, I want people to understand this. We give 20-year-olds, 23-year-olds, 24-year-olds operational skills over $1 million pieces of equipment, but yet for some reason, if they get out, we don't think we can trust them with, mopping and a broom. Look, we need to take the skills that we put millions of dollars in as Americans to train them, and then use that training when they get out to not only benefit them, but benefit us.
Amen.
Donald, look at this. I won an award.
Joe, that's tinfoil wrapped around a paper towel roll. Who gave you that?
I gave it to myself. Most beloved former president. I made the category and I won it. Come on, man. Nobody else was going to do it.
That's the saddest thing I've ever seen. And I've watched your press conferences.
You know what's sad? Mm-hmm. I just did a personalized birthday video for a woman named Dorothy, and she said, and I quote, "You're so much nicer than Trump." She said that, not me. Dorothy.
You called her Debbie for the first 2 minutes.
Same first letter. That's basically right, Jack.
It's basically a lawsuit. She paid for Dorothy, and she got Debbie and a corn pop story.
That was emotion. I was feeling things. People want heart. You give them ego. I give them tears.
People want a video they can actually understand. Baby News Network on Cameo, Trump or Biden. Link in the description. Choose wisely. One of us remembers your name.
Happy birthday. Jack.
Wants to put a Muslim ban. He wants to ban Muslims. We will tell him, this isn't your country to ban. This is the land of Allah, as every land is the land of Allah. And there are Muslims here that are going to be here. And if you don't like it, I would suggest he goes somewhere else. But I don't know where he's going to go. If he goes back to Europe, a lot of Muslims in Europe. I've been there recently. You go to Africa, you go to South America, you go to China, you go to Malaysia, you go to Japan, you go to the Antarctic, there's Muslims. So I would make a suggestion. If he wants to go somewhere where there is no Muslims, I suggest he goes to hell. And know that our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam has given us the glad tidings that this religion of Islam will enter every household. Every household. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the Sahih Hadith, he told us, this ummah, the guarantee, this ummah who will be victorious, and those that try to overcome them will not be able to.
It's Iran and Iraq, not Iran and Iraq.
And this is a child, not a fucking wife. Anyways, we're back on the court. I'm about to drain a fucking layup.
Okay, greetings, Patriots, Starseeds, light workers.
and of course our very brave military. Welcome to 1776 United. We're in a worldwide and galactic revolution. Now, I'm in a really good mood because we're having a lot of reveal coming out finally. It's music to my ears. I feel vindicated. I feel, everything that I've done for the last 12, 14 years is all starting to pay off now. And as predicted, there is going to be a destruction of 34 minimum, probably more, satanic sites around the world that will be taken out. There's going to be many, many things taken out that has to do, even in our wording, we're going to be able to recognize the Draco reptilians that have been here, the draconian blue bloods that are parasitic. They're parasites. They do not have a soul. The only way that they survive is off of our children's blood. And we're going to stop all that. And we're going to do, not just stop it, we're going to terminate with a vengeance to these reptiles. There's a lot of things in symbolism that represent these slithering scumbags that really have no power whatsoever. They leech onto us, and they leech onto our divine souls many, many times, because they can't do that until they get a hold of you, basically through depression, drug use, all kinds of demoralizing things. And this is what we need to recognize right now. That they're here, they do exist, and they're everywhere, and they're going to be taken out. They're going to be taken out one by one, and I hope, and I do hope, that there's an open season on them. A lot of them are slithered into different positions throughout the world that had influence as far as leadership goes. A lot of them hid behind the Jewish faith. A lot of them are basically, synonymous or tied to the Khazarian mafias and other mafias and very satanic child trafficking centers and stuff like that. They have been basically, basically not just overthrew, but they infested our lands, and not just infested it, they corrupted it. And but the time that we have had to go through all this and to witness this for ourselves is a time for pause, a time for learning, and the time to wake ourselves up and recognize the real demons and evil lizards that they really are. They do have, animals that slither on this world, in this world that they have put on to, to keep us in fear, such as the snake, such as the crocodile. They've been here for millions and millions of years. The alligators, all this stuff. Anything that has to do with a reptile, they have produced. Okay, so we do have a list of satanic sites that are going to be taken out. It's the ARC, or the Ark of Baal, Augusta D. Rothschild Castle, the Biltmore Hotel in Coral Gables, Miami, Buckingham Palace. I can't read that other one. CIA, Bohemian Grove, Comet Pizza and in Hollywood, Denver International Airport, Epstein Island Dome. I guess the whole island's going to go. Georgia Guidestones, Hoover Dam, Lavour in France, LA Lavour in France, the London Bank number 1, the London Bank number 2, London Bridge in London, the London Bridge Lake Havasu City in Arizona, Northern Castle, or Norten Castle, Notre Dame Cathedral in France, Opera House in Sydney, Australia, Pentagon, gone, Playboy Mansion, Statue of Liberty, Stonehenge, the Tesla building, the Getty Museum, which I said the Getty Museum was satanic back in 2018 when they first got wind of it. The amount of levels of dumbs that are underneath that is absolutely mind-boggling. The Queen's Hunting Lodge, the Vatican, Three Gorge Dam, U.S. Capitol, Victoria's Secret's home, Washington's monument, White House 1 and White House 2. That's just the start. But there's going to be a lot more satanic sites get destroyed. Now, everything the Draco and the Anunnaki, the tall grays, have put us through is all now being revealed. Anybody that wants to listen and listen to people like myself and to open their minds up and see that,
We won. Tremendous victory. Possibly the greatest military victory in the history of medieval warfare. And I did it without swinging a single sword. That's called leadership, Marco.
You hid behind the catapult for 6 hours, sir.
I was supervising the catapult. Very different. Now saddle the horses. We're going home. Queen Melania is waiting. Probably. She hasn't sent a raven in 4 months, but I'm sure she's fine. This horse hates me. I can feel it. Very disrespectful animal.
Just mount it, sir.
Which way is home?
Did you bring the map?
Maps are for people without instincts, Marco. We go east. I can feel it.
Sir, the sun is setting in the direction you're pointing. That's west.
Then west is the new east. Let's ride.
What was that?
I don't know, but I've heard that laugh before, and it haunts my dreams. Finally, directions. We go in, we get the route home, we leave. Very simple.
Welcome, travelers. I am the Oracle. And what I would say is the path you seek is not a path at all. It's a journey. And that journey, when we think about journeys, is really about the processes of journeying in the context of
which way is the castle, north or south?
Direction is a construct. When we talk about north, we must first ask ourselves, what is north? And are we, as travelers, truly going anywhere? Or are we simply just...
Ma'am, we just need directions.
The destination is the journey. The journey is the destination. Unburdened by what has been, you must walk toward what can be.
We're leaving.
In the way
now.
And that is the significance of what it means to...
That was the worst oracle I've ever visited.
That wasn't an oracle, Marco. That was a GPS having a breakdown. Keep riding. Is that who I think it is?
Sorry, Prime Minister, you're wrong. Donald Trump is right.
In June, the Trump administration put Australia on notice, accusing it of failing to stop goods made with forced labour entering the country. The US then threatened to impose a 12.5% tariff on Australian exports. The Prime Minister's response was unequivocal.
Australia has robust, comprehensive and world-leading legislation addressing forced labour and modern slavery.
On this one, Donald Trump is correct and the Prime Minister is wrong. We do not have robust, comprehensive, world-leading legislation. Compared with other countries that take it much more seriously, we are a laggard.
The US has laws to block imports linked to forced labour. In 2021, it banned products from China's Xinjiang after forced labour concerns. Australia has no such ban.
I hear from many people there's still huge amounts of underpayment and gross exploitation in the Australian economy.
And I think the answer as to why the Australian government is not moving in that direction is very straightforward and is very clear. Our major trading partner is China, And any such import ban would clearly have very significant implications for the way we do business with China.
2 weeks ago, the US followed through on its threat and hit Australia with a 12.5% tariff. We asked the Prime Minister for an interview, but he declined. The Attorney General, whose department administers the Modern Slavery Act, said Australia had robust modern slavery laws and plans to introduce new criminal and civil penalties. Details are yet to be released.
Good question. Very good. A good group, too.
Almost 20 GOP senators who have pledged to stay in D.C. to pass the Save America Act. So what's your message to the rest of the senators who are still on their summer recess?
I think there's nothing more important than the Save America Act. I think they should stay. They do what they want, but I think they should stay.
Mr. President,
I think it's so important to get it passed. Yeah.
Mr. President, where are the Iran talks, and what are your requirements
We'll find
right
out
now?
today or tomorrow. I mean, they're going to go quickly, one way or the other. It's not very complex. We're talking about the Strait, the opening of the Strait, having it open literally by tomorrow, completely open. And that's phase one. And phase two is we then will talk about the nuclear capacity, the nuclear, as we've been mentioned. Basically, it's, I think, the denuclearization of Iran has to happen. And that'll be the second phase. But the first phase is the opening of the straits. The second phase will be the denuclearization, and that'll take a little while. Hopefully they'll come to their senses. So they called me, and they said, please don't attack. We'll make a deal. That's the real truth, and everyone knows it. And who wouldn't call? And they found out through leaks and sleazebags, a lot of sleazebags, leakers. Leakers should be put in jail. They have to strengthen up the laws for leakers. But in this case, leakers helped because they said the severity of the attack, and Iran knew it. They knew what was coming. It was going to come last night, and it would have gone on for a long time, and there'd be essentially very little left. There'd be nothing left. And if I'm given a chance to let a lot of people live, I want to give that chance. So I'm under no time constraint. I don't happen to be running, but a lot of very good Republicans are running. And you have a sick ideology taking place right now that, hopefully they'll be defeated because they'll destroy the country if they ever take over. But this desk is like a blocking desk, no matter who gets in. If it's bad, I block, and I'm good at blocking. If it's bad, if it's stupid things like the things they want to do, we want to...
Mr. President, this is at least the 5th time you've turned off airstrikes against Iran since April to negotiate. What is your message to the American people who are wondering what has changed this time? Why should it be an indemnity?
Well, you don't know. I don't know. I think we're going to maybe get something, but I want to give them every last chance before decapitation. Very tough to do what we have planned, still planned. We'll see what happens. But it's a very, very tough thing to do. I think I'm very proud of the fact that I'll give people a chance. This is a big move. To do an attack that big on a country, I'd rather not do it. Now, we've already, through lots of large attacks, but they were normal large. Hopefully they'll come to their senses, because what happened cannot have a nuclear weapon, but hopefully they'll come to their senses. So they called me, and they said, please don't attack, we'll make a deal. That's the real truth, and everyone knows it. And who wouldn't call? And they found out through leaks and sleazebags, a lot of sleazebags, leakers. Leakers should be put in jail. They have to strengthen up the laws for leakers. But in this case, leakers helped because they said the severity of the attack, and Iran knew it. They knew what was coming. It was going to come last night, and it would have gone on for a long time, and there'd be essentially very little left. There'd be nothing left. And if I'm given a chance to let a lot of people live, I want to give that chance. So I'm under no time constraint. I don't happen to be running, but a lot of very good Republicans are running. And you have a sick ideology taking place right now.
The roof, you're probably seeing some people, some bystanders in the area. What's crazy is
The one thing that remains standing right now, it seems like, right by this high school or on this high school campus is a cross. Take that however you want to take it, but I do think it's a strong symbol. And, it's something that people are talking about here in the town. I can't believe that this...
Attorney General Todd Blanche is one step closer to being confirmed in the Senate after officially rescinding a $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund that a few GOP holdouts were concerned over. The move follows weeks of negotiations with Texas Senator John Cornyn and North Carolina Senator Thom Tillis, who were previously trying to block his nomination and then demanded to see written proof the fund would not move forward.
Threats to use nuclear weapons in Ukraine?
The president warning the risk of nuclear Armageddon has not been this high since the Cuban Missile Crisis.
The risk of nuclear weapons is raising the world is on the brink of Armageddon.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Your mission is to be the calm in the storm, be the lighthouse in the darkness. You're watching a movie, and in the end, God wins.
We're on a mission from God.
FBI! FBI! Open up!
Be brave. Shine the light.
whispering the words melt everyone, but you stay so cool. My Mona Lisa, my Spanish Harlem Mona Lisa. You're my reason for a reason, the step in my groove. And if you said this life ain't good enough, I would give my world to lift you up. I could change my life to better suit your mood. Cause you're so smooth. And it's just like the ocean under the moon. It's the same as the emotion that I get from you. You got the kind of loving that can be so smooth. Yeah, give me your heart and make it real, or else forget about it. But I'll tell you one thing: if you would leave, it'd be a crying shame. In every breath and every word, I hear your name calling me out. Well, from the bio, you hear my rhythm on your radio. You feel the turning of the world, so soft and slow, turning you round and round. And if you said this life ain't good enough, I would give my world to lift you up. I could change my life to better suit your mood. Cause you're so smooth. And it's just like the ocean, the moon. It's the same as the emotion that I get from you. You got the kind of loving that can be so smooth. Yeah, give me your heart and make it real, or else forget about it.
Patriots, welcome to Patriot News Broadcasting. Good to see you all. You know, I gotta admit, I was kind of surprised today. Today was the first time I'd heard them mention the pilot's name from the JFK love story thing, the person who played the pilot, the actor, you know, Philip G. Carlson. And right, you throw that into your old gematria. What did I come up with there? John F. Kennedy Jr. Like, come on now. You really think they're not putting out messages for you? It's crazy. Wild. I was surprised. It has been a long day. August was never my favorite month. I'm in a bad position already, and between not having a doctor and, like, I don't know, I'm just tired. I don't know how people get ahead right now. It's like, you know, I don't know. I'm just in a bad spot. I'm down on my bills, and it's like, you take a payday loan, then you get even more trouble, it seems like, and I don't know. You gotta eat, right? I need to learn some of these recipes Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is teaching people. I was never much of a cook, but it's it shouldn't be so hard for Americans to eat right now, but it really is. People aren't getting ahead at all. It seems like people are just, and my electric bill, good God, it's still almost as much as my rent. It's terrible. It'd be nice to see gas go down, I suppose, but if that happens, I guess. I'm hanging in there, but it's, you know, beware. If I can't pay my internet, I might not show up here with you for a bit. I don't know. It's, I had it. It's like I had to eat this week, but then, you know, you don't work all day, and it's like, you think you eat breakfast before you go to work? No. Eat lunch at work? No. Eat eventually when you come home when you can, right? It's rough times. It was a beautiful day, though. The sun was out. That was a blessing. Let's take a look. Taco pizza. That sounds like, I think I had a girlfriend I nicknamed Taco Pizza because she was half Italian and half Mexican or something. 50 days and no proof of life for Mitch McConnell, according to Mr. Cat Turd. Where's Mitch as Donald Trump? People are betting on this and throwing out predictions. It seems that apparently they believe that we'll be told sometime this week that he's dead. Not exactly sure why they think that particularly, but I suppose after about 50 days, what can you do? Like, you can only hide it for so long. It's a miracle they've hid it for 50 days, but it sounds like the odds are pretty in favor of that one. SG Anon was posting about these wildfires. These moved through Spokane. Hot enough to melt a car, but they still got the utility pole standing there. And if you look at this video, these little trees are there, green houses are gone. Didn't realize that audio was there, right? Just the houses are gone. I mean, the trees are green, the grass is green, the bushes are green. Everything's green and healthy looking. It seems like a very weird fire. Hell, even the sidewalks and the street signs look shiny new. I mean, doesn't something look funky about that whole damn thing? I don't know. What do you think? Randall, you were a firefighter. I don't know if you ever dealt with wildfire type fires though, but as much in Texas, but it just doesn't seem normal. It doesn't seem right. Seems like the trees would be scorched, burned. Seems like the utility poles would be burned, or the grass. Right? I mean, in a wildfire, you got wind, you got extreme heat all around the fire. You think the leaves would crumple, dry. Smart meters? Yeah, I mean, it's literally the houses. It's the houses. Smart meter fires. That's right. I kind of forgot about those. I forgot learning about the smart meter fires. When we learned about the dew fires, we learned about the smart meter fires. I forgot about those. You guys could be very right on that one. I would be... I mean, people are losing everything. And I'm, here feeling bad for myself, being down on my bills that are due, and people are losing everything. Nick Shirley made it to Spain, not doing so well in Spain. It looks like he got attacked and chased with a knife. Muslim invaders tried stoning him in Qatar. He needs better security. That kid's gonna get himself killed. Seriously. He needs some good security. He's not always gonna get lucky and get escorted. It's so dangerous. It's a dangerous time right now. Somebody needs to explain to him how dangerous it is, but it shouldn't be happening either. What did I say yesterday or day before? 20 people had died already, locals in the area. It's like, none should be dead, because it shouldn't be happening at all, should it? Not at all. That's a straight up invasion. I don't know what else you'd call it. Let me see what else I got here. There wasn't a ton today, but Pennsylvania Department of State conducted one of its biggest purges ever. Democrats lost tens of thousands of voters. It's actually happening. Our work to clean the voter rolls is actually working. That's good. That's one state at least. I mean, a lot of Republican states already gladly helped and worked to clean theirs, but it's not theirs that are so dirty. I mean, they were dirty, but not like some of these blue states that don't want their rolls clean. 'Cause then their dead people can't vote and all that stuff. So thank you guys, by the way, in the chat for donating. Somebody put up this post about Benghazi. I wanted to show you guys. It's real good. It's a real good explanation. I've seen this story again. I don't think it's brand new, but Trump signs an order to root out woke ideology at the Smithsonian. I knew they've been talking about that for a little bit. I didn't know if he had signed anything yet. I didn't know if that was old news or new news, but what else do you think will come out of the Smithsonian? I suppose they have to clean up the woke ideology first, and we could get down to the basement, and the basement below that basement, and the basement below the basement below the basement below the basement. Let's talk about the real story of Benghazi. I figured this should be good. And a good time to update people. I still think all the 9/11 stuff that's going to be coming out soon will be a shocker for people. I think the Fauci stuff and the COVID stuff's a big deal worldwide because it affected people worldwide, and I think even 9/11 had an effect on people worldwide. Ambassador Stevens was sent to Benghazi to secretly retrieve U.S.-made Stinger missiles that the State Department had supplied to Ansar al-Sharia in Libya without congressional oversight or permission. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton had brokered the Libya deal through Ambassador Stevens and a private arms dealer named Mark Turi, but some of the shoulder-fired Stinger missiles ended up in Afghanistan, where they were used against our own military. On July 25th, 2012, a U.S. Chinook helicopter was downed by one of them. Not destroyed, only because the idiot Taliban didn't arm the missile. The helicopter didn't explode, but it had to land, and an ordnance team recovered the missile's serial number, which led back to a cache of Stinger missiles kept in Qatar by the CIA. Obama and Hillary were in full panic mode, so Ambassador Stevens was sent to Benghazi to retrieve the rest of the Stinger missiles. This was a do-or-die mission, which explains the stand-down orders given to multiple rescue teams during the siege of the U.S. Embassy. It was the State Department, not the CIA, that supplied the Stinger missiles to our sworn enemies because General Petraeus at the CIA would not approve supplying the deadly missiles due to their potential use against commercial aircraft. So then Obama threw General Petraeus under the bus when he refused to testify in support of Obama's phony claim of a spontaneous uprising caused by a YouTube video that insulted Muslims. Obama and Hillary committed treason. This is what the investigation is all about. Why she had a private server in order to delete the digital evidence, and why Obama, 2 weeks after the attack, told the United Nations that the attack was the result of the YouTube video, even though everyone knew it wasn't. Furthermore, the Taliban knew that the administration had aided and abetted the enemy without congressional oversight or permission, so they began pressuring the Obama administration to release 5 Taliban generals being held at Guantanamo. Bo Bergdahl was just a useful pawn used to cover the release of the Taliban generals. Everyone knew Bergdahl was a traitor, but Obama used his exchange for 5 Taliban generals to cover that Obama was being coerced by the Taliban about the unauthorized Stinger missile deal. So we have a traitor as POTUS that is not only corrupt, but compromised as well, and a Secretary of State that's a serial liar who perjured herself multiple times at the congressional hearings in Benghazi. Perhaps this is why no military aircraft were called upon for help in Benghazi, because the administration knew that our enemies had Stinger missiles that, if used to down those planes, would also be traced back to the CIA cache in Qatar, And then to the State Department's illegitimate arms deal in Libya. That's pretty wild, huh? I gotta admit, I never knew that part of it at all. I mean, I don't know. It made it a lot clearer. I hope it painted the picture a little better for some of you guys. Maybe you've never heard it before. I don't know. Weekend Outlaw posted this. You gotta admit, it seems right. Listen to what Trump says. Look at his body language, how he speaks. Do you get the impression that he's worried? I don't either. And there's a CIA agent again on TV talking about how he was definitely pressured by Israel to do what's going on in Iran, and I don't know. I just don't buy it. I guess Benghazi's important today because of today's Delta. That's sort of part of it. One of them, the servers Delta. We have the servers. What's this one? How do you safeguard the integrity of our elections from domestic and foreign criminal actors? How do you utilize the Russia narrative to knock out decades-old election corruption? Why are Democrats opposed to cleaning up voter rolls? Why are they opposed to imposing voter ID laws to further safeguard our elections? Why oppose basic common sense methods that are currently deployed worldwide? Logical thinking. Corruption. In short, yeah. Somebody. Well, I'll come back to that. Ashton Forbes posted something about teleportation. Remember he posted that in case something happened to him? Spinning plasma orbs act as a dynamic concave mirrors, forming a cylindrical bubble around the object. Let's see if I have the video. I think it's super short. Spinning plasma orbs act as a dynamic concave. That's not even proper English. Can't work with those kinds of. It's like when you read those instruction manuals written in English, but by the Chinese. You're talking to Ashton right now. You are. Ask him to be more specific about teleportation. Let's jump into some stuff together here. See what's come up. So there wasn't a lot up earlier. Elon Musk. If they come after me, I will come after them and finish the job. Was he getting death threats or something? Lovely. Being president on a Monday is like working your ass off all week and suddenly realizing it's still Monday. Well, damn it, you get time to golf. These are the missing children, and we're not being helped at all by sanctuary cities. They're going out of their way to make sure the children remain missing. Yeah, they're not helping. I mean, they're not. I think these blue cities haven't done anything to help with anything. I don't care what logic you want to talk about anything. The way they're acting out of their spite for Donald Trump is the most childish political bullshit. Wasn't that thing about the dandelion roots cool? Something so common as dandelion roots could actually cure cancer. It'd be amazing. President Trump still livid with attorney Jeanine Pirro, U.S. Attorney D.C., dropping the charges against the accused reflecting pool vandal. It's probably a shoddy video. Mamdani will be requiring ID to enter his government-run grocery stores in New York. Oh my God, the hypocrisy. So wait a minute. This is a government-run grocery store. I suppose it's specifically for your poor minorities who can't readily go out and get an ID, right? Oh my God. How stupid do you get? I saw that earlier. Oh, another plane crash. Not quite a crash, just a bad landing. Maybe a good landing. Whoa, damn, that was a lucky landing. He was inches away from that overhead. Oh, man. Okay, I won't call that a crash, but what the hell? Why are all these planes crashing? It's starting to freak me out a little bit. Under what circumstances would continuity of government be unwound and or ended?
Okay, here's another one from Dewey Oxberger. Under what circumstances would continuity of government be unwound and or ended?
After.
You want to take this one, Ken?
Yeah, you go ahead.
No, you go first, mate.
Okay, so whenever the plan of taking out and taking down the corruption and the military has basically pulled back so that the governance can now be done by civil authorities. Because right now it's not. It's actually being controlled by the military. And so the individuals that are the lawmakers are not your lawmakers. They're puppets and they're a part of the show. They were a part of the corporation. None of them have been elected by the actual republic. And the things that are happening are all happening to show you just how the system works, how corrupt it truly is, where they were planning on taking you. And the military has been following the
continuity of government, the law of war manual, and the new directives specifically, so that we can now actually eliminate the corrupt corporation and entities that are there, so that we can actually go back to sovereignty and to a nation that is governed by sovereign people. And until then, the military's got the lead. There you go. Go ahead, sir.
Yep. Can I just jump in? I can't remember whether it's John Adams or Benjamin Franklin, two of your great founding fathers. But here's a summary of what they viewed. Government by, for, and of the people can only be established and maintained by an educated and moral people. And that's just a simple fact. Unless you are moral people, unless you are and know right from wrong, because that's what governance is. It's about laws, and laws are about what we agree is right and wrong. So you need to be a moral people. You need to be an educated people, because some of these questions are quite complex. They're not difficult to answer, but you just got to know stuff. You just got to know stuff. It's as simple as that. And we'll put the question back to the questioner. Do you think your country, because I know I've said this publicly in Australia, our country is incapable of self-governance because we are neither sufficiently moral nor are we sufficiently educated. Not being rude, I'm just making a statement of fact. Evidence, no problem. We have full-term abortion. We are one of the leading nations on the planet to have full-term abortion, where a baby could be killed at the point of birth. The US has now exceeded us, apparently, with post-birth abortion. We knew we were heading for that as well. But that was promoted by an Australian called Peter Singer, who was given Australia's highest civil award by the then Prime Minister, Julia Gillard, who suggested that post-birth abortion should be a thing for up to the age of 2 years, if it's not in the interest of the parents. Now, you can be moral in every other respect, but if you're fucking killing babies, you're not a moral people. And if you do nothing about it when someone's killing babies, you're not a moral person, even if you disagree. So Australia is insufficiently moral to govern itself. Are we sufficiently educated? Absolutely not. We know nothing about civics. We don't know anything about being adults, let alone specific subjects. So everyone should ask themselves this question: is my country, let's get personal, am I moral enough and educated enough to contribute meaningfully to the governance of my country? And if you're honest, you'd probably say, I've got a bit of work to do. And evidence of that, well, that's why I'm doing a 21-part series on Rebirth of a Great Nation, where I break down the 19 elements of national power, put them through the prism of the 11 elements of the end state that we want for this country, driven by a two-pillar strategy of identity first, great power. That process, and I'm learning a heap while I'm doing this, and I'm shocked at how little I know about the things that we need to decide upon. Let me give you just a tiny example. I'm currently doing episode 9, Financial Resources as an Element of National Power. And the idea is to examine it to the point where we can actually design a constitution that gives us the authority to do what we need to do. And then I stumbled upon Tippin's disease. What's Tippin's dilemma? Well, I don't know. What's Tippin's dilemma? Apparently that's going to interfere with this program. So I have a look at it. And Tippin's dilemma is this: is if your country is providing the global reserve currency as the United States does, there is a small problem, because you've got to keep maintaining liquidity globally. Well, what does that mean? It means you're running a current account deficit every day of the bloody week as a nation. What does that mean? Well, that's counterproductive to reshoring manufacturing capacity in your country. Now, if anybody understood what I said, 10 out of 10, well done. But that's what we call a 15th, which is a very small part of something very big of what we need to know to govern our countries. Now, if you don't understand that, don't be ashamed. I didn't know about it till yesterday either, till I read about it.
Yeah, well, it's basically we're constantly in debt. That'll be a big thing to fix. But I thought it seemed like a really good explanation there. It's kind of at least some of the military power. What else? Where am I? What's MJ got going on? The fire starts in the same place where residents and local officials were actively fighting back against the proposed data center. Of course. Who would have thought? Fire started where they were arguing about putting a data center.
Have a team here, 130 people, incident management team. We come from all over the U.S. and we've got resources coming in right now from all over the U.S. We're the number one priority fire in the nation. We're putting in our orders. We're going to get people here. We're going to help this community. We're going to stop that fire.
Yeah, substantial fires that broke out across parts.
What do people have to do? Tear the smart meters off their homes to live safe? Or what do we have to do? We have to put that blue shit on our roofs? Do we have to worry about getting burned alive in our homes? And I get it. I get where everything is going. I get their plan. I get all this. Just, can only push some people so far. Yeah, is this the same video we saw earlier? It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Look at all these trees. These were right by these homes. Literally everything. I mean, look at that. These trees were right up by these houses.
What are we on? We're on Old Rifle Drive? Rifle Club Road.
And again, some of the footage showed the fire being hot enough to melt cars. If it's hot enough to melt cars, it won't. I mean, this is up in Canada. Same thing. It's like the whole damn continent's on fire. Oregon. State after state. What are we to make of all the wildfire? The term wildfire agitates the fuck out because it suggests a natural organic cause. Yeah, it doesn't feel very organic, doesn't it? Here's an above level view of all the trees that survived the wildfire. I need to learn what kind of fire only burns houses and not trees. Because if I could reverse it and make a fire that just burned trees and not houses, I'd be rich. And I could pay my bills before I go off the air. So here you go. That's what it'll do to your Subaru, but your lovely ash tree in the front yard is more wood than ash still. That's just sad. And we gotta stay positive. Make it a little harder to stay positive every day. I know. Seen that. Seen that. Seen that. Is that all we got in the way of new news? I know we saw this. Iranian leadership is unbelievably duplicitous. They asked for a meeting. Some would say beg. And then they say they're not having discussions. Trump was right about Venezuela. Newsweek. 6 months later, and after a natural disaster no one planned for, the skeptics who predicted chaos were wrong. Missouri. I'd like to know more about the problem that Iran's caused. Islam's a problem, but $330,000 migrant children still missing. Oh, God. It's insane. Donnie's margin of victory in the mayoral race is 207,000 votes, and we know that the amount in question is 228,000. Enough to change the outcome. Light speed lethality. Well, we might as well look it up, right? I'm so tired. Something big is coming. 217. Buckle up, Buttercup. 217. Mission Impossible. 3 days of darkness. Interesting. We've been getting the 10 days of darkness posts all this time, and now they hit us with the 3 days of darkness posts. Maybe they finally know what they're gonna do. Baron William Trump. All right. I'd say that's a good one right there. People pay any attention to it. ICE detainers. ICE detainers. ICE containers. I'm gonna give Iran every possible chance for peace before decapitation. and shockingly said there are people actively leaking information to Iran and warned Iran of an impending devastating attack that was coming, hence the reason Iran came to the table again. And you know who the suspected leaker is? From some points of view, Mike Pence. Because for some reason he knows what the plan is, because he was talking about it on television.
We need unsubtle communicators, people who will tell the truth in an unsubtle, plain-spoken fashion, because there is a market out there. People are desperate for people who will dump the pablum and get serious about the crisis and the emergency that this country is in. That's why Trump won, and when he's gone, the people who win again, they'll never be able to emulate or replicate it. But the one lesson is, do not be subtle, do not pull your punches, and do not let them pull the wool over the eyes of the American people when it comes to the crisis that we face.
You're okay. More Spokane. Saw that. Justice Department files a record 25 denaturalization cases against naturalized criminals, including attempted murder, spousal abusers, and sex offenders. These are people that have been naturalized and they're getting denaturalized. Okay. Former Minneapolis officer opens up about the George Floyd case and says he believed he was being set up to be killed in prison. I wouldn't put it past anything in Minnesota. The Gates Foundation mosquito net program resulted in overfishing. Oh, okay. 25 Democrat-led U.S. states are suing the Trump administration over tariffs. Again. Terrorist attack in Pakistan. Hot temperatures. 107. I think that's old, but I'm not sure. Earthquake in Egypt. I saw that. Oh, that's lovely. Seen it. Have we seen it all? I may have. We may have. Apple removes Telegram from its App Store. So, what Apple's working with Russia now? Is that what I'm understanding? Because isn't Russia accusing Telegram of working with Ukraine? You know, I think they're all nuts, frankly, but Michigan's become the first state to report 2 deaths linked to the record cyclosporiasis case. Surged past 18,000. So 2 people in Michigan shit themselves to death. He wasn't one of them. Still alive. Fake meat ripoff. I think it's coming from the beef, not the lettuce. It's a whole other story. Let's see what the White House has.
We come to this place for MAGA to fight, 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 and win, win, win. Because we need that, all of us. The indescribable feeling we get when we hear the national anthem. And stand together, stronger than ever before. Under this administration, we're going somewhere we've never been. We aren't just watching history, we're making it. Rebuilding our country better than ever. A country where we don't do heartbreak, we do victory. An America that is safer, more secure, more prosperous. And any setbacks that stand in our way simply makes the comeback that much sweeter. Welcome to the Golden Age.
When we have more food to eat, I'll call it the Golden Age. Make it easier for Americans to eat. Even the working Americans are struggling too. All right. We go through all of this. Mostly. Benghazi, read it, saw it, looked at it, read it, saw it, looked at it. See what's on. Thank you for your donations, guys. Who'd I miss? Thank you, William. Thank you, Linda. Much appreciated. I have Venmo and Cash App if you prefer not to use YouTube, since they take a huge percentage. Let's see who's on today. A bunch of people are holding up Todd Blanche's nomination. What'd you think about Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey and Tucker Carlson talking about making a new party? I thought it was funny. All right. We've got some new Ricardo Bosey. About some new Ricardo Bosey. Let me go ahead and see what else we got here real quick. Oops. I suck at this. You got... looks like the episode with Mary Crowley and Juan is a new episode. That's weird. He was just on with her 3 days ago. So there's that. Oh, I forgot there's a new episode with the Patriot Princess and Patriot Rising. I definitely got to watch that. I guess we better get started if we're going to do all this stuff. All right. Let's go ahead and put out our new Bosie on, and that's where we're gonna start. And after that, I think we might watch Patriot Princess, because she's not on very often, and she actually has some interesting videos. Well, there we go. Nuremberg 2.0, The Reckoning. What's going on with my computer? Well, come on. Go ahead and fail on me, computer. Everything else is failing. No, please don't.
This scope is the most savage gadget I've ever seen, but because of its insane zoom power, it might get banned soon. While this zoom...
Lord. What is up with this crap? What is the issue?
Enjoy your beverage of choice, a cup of tea, a glass of wine, or a cup of coffee, and join John Michael Chambers for Candid Conversations. It's fireside chats with JMC. No guests, no interruptions, just John. The world according to John, as JMC reflects on issues of the day, bringing clarity to events as they unfold.
Should they deem that the continuation of the experiment result in injury, disability, or death to the subject, the experiment will be terminated. All right, we're going to jump into Fauci and all over Fauci in just a moment. For those just coming aboard, who is Ricardo Bosi? Ricardo Bosi is an international treasure. He's a former Australian Army Special Forces Lieutenant Colonel who served 24 years in the Australian Army. He is the national leader of Australia One Party. Please welcome to Bosi Briefs, Ricardo Bosi. No sound, sir.
John, good morning. Absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you for your kind invitation.
Thank you for being here. We're going to sort of discuss the codes relating to Fauci, what Nuremberg 2.0 might look like, and other things. Let me, before we start running some clips, what's your peripheral comments based on the 10 points of the Nuremberg Code that I just read? Any feedback there, sir?
Absolutely. The first one is this. When you set a set of rules, people assume that it's predicated on sound, an understanding of what's got to happen and how and by whom. And then you give them rules and away they go, and they go, fantastic, I'll now stick to the rules. There's one problem with the Nuremberg Code and the way it's predicated on a materialistic view of health and well-being and medicine and wellness and all this stuff. The first rule should be every other method, non-invasive method, should be examined to exhaustion before anything else is done. Now, what does that mean? What it means is that there are other modalities now available to us. They've been available to us for millennia, but they've been shut down. But there are other modalities available to us now, a better understanding of nutrition, a better understanding of exercise, a better understanding of sunlight, a better understanding of alkalinity in the human body. It just goes on and on and on. And all of these things aren't included because this has been predicated on a system of medicine, allopathic medicine, synthetic medicine, set up by powerful interests who want to use us. Now, it's insane to jump straight into, hey, let's do this. Let me give you an example. When one of my daughters was very young, it seemed that she might have a problem with her teeth. As it turned out, there was no actual problem. But we took it to the orthodontist who was going to do the surgery. He said, yeah, no problem. We'll break her jaw, and then we're going to reset things, and then it'll grow back. And my wife, being a very robust individual, told him to take a long walk off a short pier in very Australian language. You're going to break my 4-year-old daughter's jaw on the speculation that you might be able to. Now, this is a man with a hammer and everything's a fucking nail. Excuse the language. But this is what's happening. What they're saying to us now is, here's the rules of Nuremberg. Well, they're ancient. They're barbaric. We have other ways of fixing problems now. Just as war has evolved in you've heard me talk about fifth dimensional warfare. I'm not talking about the war for the brain or the mind. I'm talking about there are other ways of communicating, telepathy. There are ways of moving things, telekinesis. There are other ways of seeing things, remote viewing. All of these things are available to us. Same approach to health. So the idea that you can do all these things, well, here's the first thing. First of all, the first rule is exhaust every other possible method of solving the problem before you break anything or you inject anything or you think you have the wit to understand God's creation and make it better. That's point number one. Point number two, anybody that wants to do this should be the second law of the Nuremberg law, is you do it to yourself first. You first. So Dr. Fauci, or pick any doctor that tells you, look, if we just inject this into you, it'll happen. Great. You first. Let's see how we go. Then every fucking doctor out there, excuse me for getting energized about this, but it's about bloody time. Every doctor that wants to give you something or inject you with something, you do it first. I want to see I want to see you do it to yourself and your family, and then maybe I might listen to you. And so what's the point I'm laboring is that the rules must be predicated on a better understanding of how life works, how we work, and our place in the universe. And so all those rules sound great, but they're all subject to corruption. Let's examine wellness instead of illness. Let's assume that God knows what he's doing when he developed us. And let's say that just a little bit of humility that says, you know what, our collective genius could not even begin to understand the nature of life on Earth, let alone a human cell. We're only discovering now, for example, that DNA isn't set. It's more like an antenna that responds to energy frequencies that allows the body to heal itself rapidly. These are all the things that need to be investigated. So we've got to step up, elevate our thinking, understand that we know virtually nothing about this, and come in it with a big dose of humility, take the doctors off their pedestals and send them back to school to understand wellness and not just illness.
Sorry, thank you. I had a studio issue here. I've been listening to everything you just said. I've got another phone disturbing me, and I had to go shut it off. Pardon me. Thank you, Ricardo. I want to follow up with it. Yeah, the real world here. You know, I'm not Paulus Hannity, but at least here you're getting some much better information, with all due respect to Sean. I would like to say this. Before, to our audience, we're about to run a series of clips from the events that unfolded before the world with Fauci at the hearings, and we'll break that down. But before we do, how would you best describe Nuremberg 2.0 once this officially gets launched in 2026? What would people like Anthony Fauci or anyone else that will be subject to the Nuremberg 2.0 that's going to be taking place down, I would assume, at Gitmo and perhaps other locations, what do you think it'll look like as compared, let's say, to what took place in Germany? And maybe that's, I don't know where I'm going with that question, but let's see what you unpack.
Yeah, it's going to be fundamentally differently. This is not the victors judging the losers, which is what Nuremberg 1 was. Now, don't get me wrong, Nuremberg 1 was necessary. You got to take a first step. But there's an excellent film about Nuremberg, black and white. You should watch it. There's an impassioned plea by the German. This didn't actually occur, but it's a point that was made. He made an impassioned plea about what about all the Americans that profited from the war. And here's some facts. Henry Ford, as we've said before, but for the new people, Henry Ford provided motors to the Wehrmacht. So there's the Ford Motor Company, moving the GIs and most of the Allies, but he's also moving the Wehrmacht, the German army, providing motor vehicles and motor vehicle engines to them. And people don't know this, but even at the height of the war, most of the German logistics was horse-drawn carts. So this was devastatingly important to Germany's success. So thanks, Henry Ford. Henry Ford received the highest German award from Adolf Hitler personally. Adolf Hitler had a portrait of Henry Ford in his office. And then you've got Standard Oil. Standard Oil produced a fluid which was an anti-knocking agent that was used by aircraft at high altitude, high-performance aircraft at high altitude. And this anti-knocking agent allowed the Allied fighters to perform much better. Standard Oil also provided that to who else? The Luftwaffe. And so there's the Luftwaffe with their Me-109s, the Stukas, the you name it. And they all would have been suffering except for the Standard Oil, United States, providing stuff to them to fight better. They even had Goering liked Coca-Cola, but he couldn't be seen to be drinking Coca-Cola. So Coca-Cola invented Fanta, or Fanta, as other countries call it, the orange soft drink, for Germany. And on top of that, they made a transparent Coca-Cola for Hermann Goering, so he wouldn't be seen to be drinking Coca-Cola. So who are the criminals here? Were there German generals and others that did wrong? Absolutely. But who are the real criminals here? The same bastards that are running both sides of the playbook now. And so do you remember 2.1? To your question, how's it going to be different? Well, guess what? Industry, corporations, and other entities that have profited from...
Hi guys, I'm going to test my new zoom scope today. This monocular scope is so powerful, it zooms in on objects miles away, which is exactly why regulators are trying to get rid of it. There's a new zoom scope out there, and it's the most savage gadget you'll ever own. When you connect this thing to your regular smartphone, it becomes a professional telescopic camera. But here's the bad.
Both sides of this will be held to account. No more will there be, let's hang the guilty bastard. How about we line up everybody that is complicit in this, which is quite significant. So that's the first difference. Everybody, even brave generals wearing the uniforms of good people who did bad things, and they did lots of bad things, they will also be held to account. Nobody gets away this time. All the way down the chain of command, everybody's going to go down. That's the first difference. The second difference is this. It's already started. We know this, but this will be rolled out slowly. It'll be much quicker. Civilian law is wonderful in a civilian setting. And let's face facts, civilian law is designed to protect the guilty. They say it's designed to protect the innocent, but we know that's a law. This is military law. This is a second difference. It will be short, sharp, very fair, but very quick. So we won't be there for years trying to figure out whether somebody broke a fine point of law and therefore the evidence can't be admitted. Military law is very effective, very efficient, very fair, just so you know. But they're the two big differences. Everybody will be held to account, and justice will not be delayed. Justice will be delivered, and the people will be very satisfied.
Wow, thank you. Incredible information. I'm glad I asked that question. Let's do this, folks. Let's listen to the man of science taking the fifth 111 times. Let's run the first clip.
He's going to testify in front of Rand Paul's committee this week. He has immunity against all of the things that he did prior to President Biden signing, or the electronic pen signing his pardon, but he could perjure himself now. So there are many things that he said that we know are lies, and Rand Paul presumably is going to ask him about those things. And if he lies again, then he could be subject to perjury prosecution.
Now, to our audience, we just published Global Defense War, our monthly military panel in its second year, of which Ricardo sits on that panel. as well. And we addressed that with the panel. But for this broadcast, let's get you on the record, sir. What is the ultimate destiny? Let's go there, and you can pedal back if you choose. What's the ultimate destiny for Anthony Fauci in the middle of the charades that we're watching?
Oh, he'll be hung by the neck till dead, or whichever way they decide to dispatch him. We know things have already occurred, but let's accept it as it's being presented. This is setting the stage. Mm-hmm. Him personally, he'll be executed for crimes against humanity, some of the grossest, and so he should. And that's the destiny there. The larger picture is this, though. What this whole process is now initiating with Fauci, because Fauci is the poster boy for COVID. And so you need a villain. Every good movie needs the villain, the antagonist. And the antagonist has to be any number of things. It can be a psychopath that is irredeemable. It might be an individual with a tragic past and has only revealed himself as this evil individual as a result of whatever happened to him in the past. He might even be just absent any consideration other than how can I win. Neither a psychopath nor a bad individual, but somebody just needs to win compulsively, must win everything all the time, always, and they'll do anything they can to do it. That's not psychopathic. That's just very different. That's where many corporate leaders out there that have no balance. What's going to happen is so. This is the antagonist to the film, the first one. There are many after this, but this is the one that the people need to get a hold of, and so that's his role. He is to be the focal point of everyone's legitimate hatred, deep-seated hatred of what has occurred, the one responsible for death, the one responsible for wealth, the one responsible for destroying millions of lives and closing down the planet and causing more misery than any other individual in human history. Now, we know that's not true, but that's the role that Fauci is playing right now, and he will pay personally, already has, but he will play personally, and everyone will say, great. But that's not enough. As we go through the rest of the clips you're going to show, I'm sure that over time we're going to start seeing something else happen. So once the people have got what they need, emotionally, psychologically, in terms of Fauci, the target is going to start to expand. But I won't go there yet. But that's Fauci's role. He is to be the face, the physical entity that people can grab a hold of and say, "You're the one that did it."
Yeah, that's very important. The target will expand. There's certainly other players. We remember Dr. Birx. We remember the gentleman from the NIH, and probably hundreds of people behind the scenes. Let's listen to Fauci's opening statement and have Ricardo weigh in on that.
Dr. Anthony Fauci, you are recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Member Peters, members of the committee, I served at the NIH for over 54 years, 38 of those as director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Over that period, I proved that I believe in and respect the value of legitimate congressional oversight. In fact, I testified before and/or briefed Senate and House Senate and House committees well over 200 times over those 38 years. During and after the COVID pandemic, I have appeared multiple times for hearings in the Senate and the House, usually under oath, and sat for several days-long transcribed sworn interviews, answering questions about the very issues that are now the subject of this hearing. However, given Senator Paul's obvious obsession with calling for my prosecution, his repeated slanderous comments about me, and recently his publicly releasing my unredacted personal diary aimed at embarrassing and intimidating me, the only conclusion I can reach is that the sole reason he is calling me before this committee is to get me to say something, anything, that could vindicate his repeated public pledges that I end up, in his words, quote, behind bars, unquote. Any reasonable person who has followed his unhinged obsession with me would readily come to the same conclusion. Therefore, although it pains me to do so, because of the respect I have for the legislative branch of government and my decades-long record of cooperating with Congress, under the advice of my attorneys, I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions.
What do you make of that opening from Anthony Fauci?
Okay. Oh, it's excellent. And you got to keep your wits about you here. Now, remember, we're watching a show. We're watching a movie. Nothing is accidental. Nothing is accidental. Now, what did he say? He said 54 years in the NIH and 38 running it. Now, normally that's a moment of pride for an individual. I have worked diligently for decades and decades and decades. What's he actually said? I've been guilty of this shit for a long time. I didn't come in late. I am a foundational member of the Bastards Incorporated in delivering this stuff. So that's one. He's nailed himself down with that. Secondly, and quite rightly, he says something quite clever. Senator Paul's obsession with me. Oh my God, slanderous comments about me. He wants me behind bars. Now, we understand that this is theater. Even in real life, it's theater. You've got the judicial process and a judicial temperament with which you must view all of this, because emotion.
Healthy foods to avoid.
One of the first things I tell people is please delay your breakfast. Number two, get your vitamin D levels up. A new study just published showed that people who had the highest vitamin D levels had less dementia than people who had low vitamin D levels. Third thing, most people don't realize that most of the things that cause us to age are caused by leaky gut. What if everything you've been told about aging is a lie? Now, your body contains special.
Emotion doesn't count. These committees are, what is it? Acting for the ugly. It's movie stardom for the ugly. The politicians. They're there to generate emotional responses. They're rarely there to determine the facts of the matter. So that's part of the law. Unfortunately, the attorney has to sit there and sway the jury. Well, what they're trying to do is sway the people, but they're throwing in this apparent judicial temperament, and Fauci's right. How can he expect anything fair from Rand Paul when he's been making all sorts of slanderous comments about him and he wants him behind bars, et cetera, et cetera? And that's really fantastically true. So they're now giving a left and a right. So they're giving with one hand and taking with the other. And people are saying, well, okay, well, that sounds fair enough to me. But then he says the dumbest thing in the world. And my wife, who studied law, wanted to punch both Fauci and the lawyer, because what Fauci actually admitted to, he released my unredacted diary. Now, in the real world, the lawyer would have said, don't even mention the diary, because at no point has anybody asked you, is it your diary? How do you know it's my diary? Prove it's my diary. Prove it wasn't hacked and set up by somebody else. You have to prove that. And that would have taken a month of Sundays and the rest just on that one issue. But what the script required him to say was to obviate the need for that investigation, and by claiming ownership of the diary, like, how dare you? But it was a grand strategic error legally, because now he's accepted the diary as his. Didn't need to, shouldn't have. He's just sunk himself, and now the diary can be released. The committee doesn't have to prove that it's his. He's done that. He's accepted it. Confirmed or completely by him, and now everything in the diary is up for grabs as evidence. And so that's in terms of the verbiage that came out during that's what you saw. Now step back to the picture and you look at it again. If you look behind Fauci, you got two of his cadre of lawyers behind him, no problem. Who do they look like? There's one big black guy that looks like a very popular and well-loved basketball player. Not an accident. The fact that he's black, the fact that he's popular, and the fact that everybody he looks like that guy. And because there's a target audience that needs to be involved in this. And they wouldn't be. They go, who cares? White guys beating up white guys. No, there's a black guy that looks like a famous basketballer that I like, and that's all they're seeing. The other lawyer, he looks like some slimy, low-grade mafia lawyer that chases ambulances in his spare time. Like lots of lines on his forehead, very worried, looking down. Look at it really closely. And so what you're seeing now is the opening shot of this particular episode of the film, and the characters are being revealed. You've got the White Knight, Senator Rand Paul, and then you've got, that's the in this particular episode, he's the protagonist, and then you've got the antagonist, that's Fauci, and you've got these people behind him. So that's what you saw in that opening clip.
Well, thank you. So we're back, folks. Siskel and Ebert once again analyzing the movie of the century. Let's take a look at the next clip. We'll call this the F-bomb clip as Fauci continues to plead the fifth.
Who the do you think you were for doing that? There was a mom in Ohio during the depth of the coronavirus pandemic, decided to go to her high school football game for her son. They sat alone, far from everybody else, just a mom, a dad, a few kids. They didn't feel they needed to wear masks because it was stupid, because they were outside. They all live together. They're not near anybody. Dr. Fauci, do you know what happened to that mom and that family? That's a question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
They were dragged out of that stadium and arrested. Those policies were put in place because you had moronic politicians that listened to the words of a megalomaniac who was more interested in having met a Kardashian than the suffering of the American people. And that is you. Your advice to communities like that, to idiotic politicians who enforce those rules, arrested that mom for watching a football game with her own family outside. Here I am sitting in front of you 6 years later saying, who the do you think you were for doing that? It is a total disgrace what you did to this country. And if my Democrat colleagues are standing there defending you, I hope the voters of the United States of America watch the clips of every one of you doting on a guy who was more interested in being a celebrity than saving American people. I will make it my mission to make certain that every single one of those Democrats who did that will see that clip over and over and over again. Because there is no defense of what you did.
Wow. What do you make of that approach?
Okay, this is generally reserved for the closing address of an attorney in a courtroom where he addresses the jury. This is giving the people of the United States and the world, but specifically in this case, the United States, meeting the emotional needs of the people. They are hearing what they want to hear. This is the sort of thing that mum and dad would be saying at home. We went to the football. We weren't next to anybody. What are they doing? Who the hell do you think you are? And so this statement is to meet the emotional needs of the people who are watching, to get them on side. So yes, this is my guy. This Bernie Moreno guy, he's my guy. He's saying what I want to say the way I want to say it. And so this is now generating support for the prosecution, let's say, emotional support by, as I say, they're hearing what they want to hear and they're hearing it the way they want to hear it. Now, he tells the story, and that's a technique to personalize a concept. There's a mum and dad going to the football in Ohio. A flyover country, first of all. They didn't pick New York because that's something else. So they picked a flyover country state. They picked an everyday event, and everyone can relate to that. So the audience is out there watching. They're going, "Oh, I can relate to going to the football. I know what that's like. I've been there with the family and the kids. We've watched the game." And then he throws in moronic and idiotic politicians and a megalomaniac. And again, now he gets all emotional, and he's now talking about what the people are saying about these people on the Hill. And again, this is now bringing the audience of the show into the script writers' minds. We've got the protagonist, we've got the antagonist, and now the fight starts. I want to justify my position. I hate Fauci. Give me reasons to hate Fauci. Now, Fauci has to have a chance to defend himself. Otherwise, there's no satisfaction. So that'll come. I'm guessing you're going to now watch the ebb and the flow of the story as it rolls out. So that's it so far. I'm enjoying it.
Sure.
It's fantastic.
Thank you. Yep. Get some popcorn, folks, because we got Josh Hawley coming up now. Let's run this next clip.
Let's just get one thing straight. You don't have any rights under the Fifth Amendment because you've been pardoned, as you very well know. As the Supreme Court has been clear for a century and more, Brown versus Walker, 1896, when he has been pardoned, he may not stand upon his privilege. You know that. Your lawyers sitting behind you now shifting nervously in their chairs. They know it. This isn't about the Constitution. This isn't about the law. This is about contempt. Contempt for this body and contempt for the American people. But I think I know why you're doing it. It's because you don't want to answer questions. It's because you did all kinds of terrible things. It's because during the pandemic, you got rich, didn't you? You got rich while people were dying, hundreds of thousands of Americans, over 1 million in the end, and you were getting rich, and not only were you...
The real reason you're stiff after sitting.
One of the first things I tell people is please delay your breakfast. Number 2, get your vitamin D levels up. A new study just published showed that people who had the highest vitamin D levels had less dementia than people who had low vitamin D levels. Third thing, most people don't realize that most of the things that cause us to age are...
You doing that, you were using federal employees with taxpayer money to apply for and solicit cash prizes for you personally. Cash prizes totaling over $1 million. You did all of that during the pandemic, didn't you? That's a question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Boggles the mind. Josh did a great job there. How do you want to break that down?
This is the moment where he tries to defend himself, and this is building the tension across the remainder of the interview. Josh Hawley says you haven't got any rights, and he explains legally, and the people need to hear that because they need to know that this is based in law. It's just not emotion. So Hawley does that, and he does a good job. And that's why the next 110 times or whatever it is that he says it, they're going, bullshit. You know you have no rights. So it just aggravates the audience even more because there's this pathetic individual throwing up a non-defense. And then he brings in a very clever line. You're treating this committee with contempt and the people with contempt because that's what they feel on a very visceral level. You've made us, you treated us with absolute contempt, and we are not going to take this anymore. His guilt is apparent. And then just to put a cherry on the parfait, he also mentions the fact that Fauci was enriching himself at the same time. So as if the actual crime itself wasn't bad enough, he's picking up a few extra shekels because he's done this job. And so they're just piling on now the reasons, legitimate reasons, for the people to really round on Fauci and leave him completely defenseless.
Thank you. Hawley takes a different turn here. Be curious to see what your comments are about it. Let's run the clip.
Chairman, well, nothing says honesty like taking the Fifth, huh, Doc? Let's try something. What day of the week is it today?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color tie are you wearing?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color's the carpet in front of you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Let's just get one thing straight. You don't have any rights under the Fifth Amendment because you've been pardoned, as you very well know. As the Supreme Court has been clear for a century and more, Brown versus Walker, 1896, when he has been pardoned, he may not stand upon his privilege. You know that. Your lawyer is sitting behind you now, shifting nervously in their chairs. They know it. This isn't about the Constitution. This isn't about the law. This is about contempt. Contempt for this body and contempt for the American people. But I think I know why you're doing it. It's because you don't want to answer questions. It's because you did all kinds of terrible things. It's because during the pandemic, you got rich, didn't you? You got rich while people were dying, hundreds of thousands of Americans, over 1 million in the end, and you were getting rich. And not only were you doing that, you were using federal employees with taxpayer money to apply for and solicit cash prizes for you personally, cash prizes totaling over $1 million. You did all of that during the pandemic, didn't you? That's a question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the.
You know, a couple of questions I'd like to ask you, Colonel Bosey. One, first off, of course, you know, what color is the carpet and what day of the week it is? And Fauci's answers make Fauci look like a complete fool. And second thing I see here, if you can comment on the legal aspect, because for now we hear Hawley talking about no rights due to the pardon factor. What's your analysis of that segment?
Yeah, the first part is they're showing to be not only a fool but a coward, and that strikes any honest individual wants to see somebody own up, just own up. And there's this constant questioning. You're a coward, and cowardice in this day and age, it's really, look, it's never been popular, but now even more so. It's really generating a deeply visceral hatred for this individual. You coward. Not only are you everything else, but you're a chicken shit. That's point number one. On the legality of it, again, this gives comfort to the people, knowing that he is on shaky ground legally. He has no grounds to do this. The law is clear. Once you've been pardoned, you lose your rights to the Fifth. If you claim the Fifth, you can be charged with everything else. Your immunity is now gone. So again, not only is this guy a coward, but he's got no leg to stand on, and we're going to get him. We're going to get this guy, and that's what the people are now is running through their heads. They're getting a bit excited about this. They can see a potential. The frustration of the Fifth, which is everybody's right, and it's not an admission of guilt. You know, the prosecution is required to prove their case. The accused is not required to assist them in any way, shape, or form, and that's the way it should be, because we know that people with power will force it. That's why torture is a really questionable way of getting information out of it.
Sure,
it's just, you got to be careful. But anyway, the legal basis there. The guy's a coward, and the people are going to get him, and they can see it now.
Thank you. And the other thing that comes to mind, there's the legal aspect that was raised by Hawley on the pardon aspect, but we'll complicate matters even further. He was pardoned by what? An Otto Penn presidency? Was the pardon even in and of itself valid? I think we're starting to witness multiple legal aspects that Fauci's about to get hung. Let's listen to, and no pun intended on that word, let's listen to Rand Paul step up to the microphone.
But the attorneys are not recognized. In fact, the attorney was told not to sit at the table, and he's not obeying that recommendation. There's a row behind you, sir. That's where you were told to sit, and you're not. And now you're disrupting the proceedings. And so, look, this is the way Anthony Fauci wants to be remembered, for a lawyer not listening to the rules. That's the way you want to be remembered, and that's what you're going to do. You are not recognized, sir. Security, please remove him from the room. Let the record state that Dr. Fauci will still have the advice of the other half a dozen attorneys that he brought along today.
Boy, Fauci and legal team getting pulverized. Sorry, take it away.
Everybody's got to enjoy this one. There's nothing better than watching a crooked lawyer who uses the law to protect the guilty rather than defend the innocent. It just strikes at the heart of every decent man and woman on the planet. It's a point of such frustration because either directly or indirectly, we are all familiar with that. We really have. We've been on the wrong side one way or the other, and it is a very satisfying moment for everybody watching, seeing the lawyer removed and seeing the guilty have to stand up for himself. And that's a very specific moment, and there's a very specific reason for that scene, and it's excellent.
Thank you. Let's take it. This next clip, I'm going to set this up a bit. Senator Johnson pulls out bombshell date in front of Dr. Fauci, exposing the fact that COVID vaccine and remdesivir deaths were numerous, yet ignores while Fauci fear-mongered against ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, which, by the way, my good friend Dr. Sherry Tempany got me ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine in spite of all the hoops that had to be jumped through to make that happen. And in part, that's why I'm still here today. Let's run and I didn't take the vax, folks. It's a long story. Let's run the next clip.
Our average, again, VAERS doesn't improve causation.
Healthy foods to avoid.
One of the first things I tell people is please delay your breakfast. Number two, get your vitamin D levels up. A new study just published showed that people who had the
But, there's correlation. It's there for a safety signal. So ivermectin, over 30 years of FDA reports, 17 deaths per year. Hydroxychloroquine, over 38 years of reporting, 142 deaths per year. Remdesivir, over 5.5 years, 546 deaths per year. The COVID injection, almost 7,000 deaths per year. Which is safest? What did the FDA freak us out about ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, when they turned a complete blind's eye toward the injection's injury? So I want to enter the quote from the surgeon. By the way, here's the answer. Cheryl Atkinson in an interview said that when it comes to money, we check financial ties among experts on the government panel devising coronavirus treatment guidelines, which had the effect of dialing back hydroxychloroquine use and giving an edge to remdesivir. We found the 11 members reporting links to a drug company, 9 of them named relationships to remdesivir's maker, Gilead. 7 more, including 2 of the committee leaders, have ties to Gilead beyond the 11 months they had to disclose. 2 were on Gilead's advisory board, others were paid consultants or received research support and honoraria. By the way, within the study, I think one of the study participants was an employee of Gilead. A bunch also had conflicts with Gilead. So, I wonder why. There are conflicts of interest. Gilead made billions of dollars off of remdesivir and people died. In terms of ignoring safety signals, you can probably put that down now. This has come to light. This is Dr. Drew Weissman, who got the Nobel Prize for the mRNA platform. He wrote to Dr. Fauci on February 8th of 2020. Tony, I wanted to alert you to...
Interesting. I took some notes here. What I see happening is a reputation that Fauci's being destroyed with now, as we see this dialogue, a multi-pronged approach, sort of death by 1,000 lashes. What do you make of that segment as he now starts to talk about those elements of the issues at hand?
Yeah, there's a couple of key things here. The numbers of deaths and the conflict of interest, they're the 2 key concepts that have been introduced at a high level, but we know it's now going to trickle down to the doctors and nurses and pharmacists that actually participated and were rewarded financially and other ways by prescribing these drugs. Remdesivir, for example, that actually killed people. They knew that it would kill people, and yet they kept doing it. So death numbers and the conflict of interest in terms of financial motivation, not just at the highest level, but every doctor, nurse, every medical professional that was party to this should be very worried, because right now everybody, and I hope there are many of those people listening, they're going to be caught up in this net as well. Nobody gets away this time. And that was the importance of that one, particularly the remdesivir, which was actively killing patients, allegedly with a respiratory issue, which COVID never was. And the remdesivir just shuts the system down. And there's a number of commentators out there whose triggering moments was the death of a loved one because they were injected with remdesivir. He killed my father. He killed my father-in-law. He killed my wife. He killed whatever. The remdesivir is the big one there. They knew about the ivermectin was being shut down, but what's the remdesivir? It's like that was like a bit of a time bomb, a bit of a mine in the minefield. That's going to blow up bigger than people imagine.
You bet. And I'm sure most people listening to this broadcast, no matter where they are in the world, probably knows of someone who died as a result of remdesivir and the ventilator. Robert David Steele comes to mind. I spoke with Robert 2 weeks before he left us. And everyone's got a story. This is very real stuff. And Nuremberg 2.0, whether it's happened or not, will be shown to us, coming to a theater near you. Let's listen to Senator Ron Johnson continue about subpoenas concerning Fauci.
Dr. Fauci, my only question is, based on your lack of testimony here today, based quite honestly on our investigation into the cover-up of safety signals and injection injuries, we have issued letters to a number of former FDA officials to come in for transcribed interviews. You will be getting a letter today asking for a volunteer transcribed interview. So I'd be asking, will you comply or will I have to subpoena you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Expect a subpoena. Thank you.
Senator Scott.
Expect the subpoena.
Incoming.
All right, the show goes on.
Yeah, incoming. Oh no, that's just to let the people know no one's getting away. It's not a matter of at the end of this episode he gets away. No, he's going to be hammered. And just apropos of that previous section with the remdesivir, Dr. Brian Ardis, who's done stellar work in terms of revealing solutions to the problems, including the use of nicotine, etc. He was the one. I think that was a triggering event for him because his father-in-law died at the hands of a doctor at a hospital and was injected remdesivir, despite the fact that Dr. Ardis had strongly recommended against it and provided the information for it. And that was the triggering event that got Brian going. And he's been like a rhinoceros charging into whatever's in his way. He's done fantastic work. So, again, that remdesivir and the intentional killing by medical professionals of people in hospital for financial gain, no one gets away with it, folks. So if you're a doctor or a mister, or I don't give a rat's anymore, if you're involved in it and you did nothing, watch out. Incoming.
Yep. You bet. Yeah, Brian Ardis has done some great work. We worked with him back in the day. He came on our broadcasting network quite a bit, and I had the opportunity to chat with him personally as well from my own health situation. But yeah, he's trailblazed with the venom and the nicotine and other issues. Let's switch gears now to Trump advisor Stephen Miller. He went off on Fauci as well during an appearance on Fox News last week. Let's listen to this clip.
Broken healthcare establishment. President Trump was the one who questioned the origins of COVID. President Trump is the one who questioned the need for requiring every single American to be tested over and over and over again. He's the one who questioned whether we should require children and healthy adults to be subject to restrictions for an illness that primarily targets the elderly and the sick.
Yeah, but Stephen, Fauci was all over the place on television. Yeah,
but the fights,
yes.
Remember,
but he
Laura,
went out
it's
there.
too easy to rewrite the history of this period. I was there, Laura. I have to be very clear on this point. President Trump saved America from a Great Depression by fighting against those who wanted to shut down the schools and shut down our way of life. He fought to reopen the government. And if you remember, the Biden campaign in 2020 spent hundreds of millions of dollars demonizing President Trump for fighting to keep America open at every single step. Every day the news cycle was the so-called healthcare establishment attacking President Trump for questioning the experts. And President Trump at the same time moved heaven and earth because there were people who did have pre-existing conditions, they had comorbidities, who did need help. He moved heaven and earth to get our hospitals the equipment and materials they need, which is why we had a vastly lower death rate than all the other developed nations of the world. So I salute President Trump for what he achieved, and I'm glad that America got to see in the hearing today exactly why President Trump fought the healthcare establishment the way.
Any comments on that segment?
Yeah. Stephen Miller, he's a cruise missile, that guy. He is very, very impressive. He also always masters the detail. He knows how to deliver it. And it's like watching a prize fighter deliver a 17-punch combination to the point where his opponent doesn't know what to do. But anyway, what did he do? He blasted Fauci and he boosted Trump. And the blasting of Fauci is key. But now this stage, now what he's giving the audience, what they're receiving is answers to the pushback of the ones suffering Trump derangement syndrome. And they will parrot Stephen Miller's comments, and they're accurate. He did question. He did want to keep the government open. He did want to find ways of getting through this without disrupting the economy, the people. The other side was, let's shut.
Number one worst snacks for your waistline.
Olives has its own.
Down the whole country, which was of course their objective. And so now we've got, in this particular episode, now we've got the answers to the Never Trumpers, who are going to complain, and the people can turn around and go, well, really, no. Stephen Miller says, because he was there, he said he was there, and this is what Trump did to save the country. So Trump's a good guy, Fauci's a bad guy, and let's move on with the next scene in the film.
You bet. Well, the next scene takes us to RFK Jr. again. Let's run the clip.
You know, there were doctors like Peter McCulloch and Robert Malone and Pierre Corey who were saying from the beginning, they were looking at the data and saying, yeah, this causes myocarditis. It causes blood clots. It causes myocardial pulmonary infarctions. And they were being censored. They were being vilified, marginalized, demonized, delicensed, publicly scolded by the press. The media malpractice is really what I think we should focus on, because anybody who questioned Dr. Fauci was put off on an island. They were pariahs. And the media every day was telling us, trust the experts. Well, he was the expert. And we now know he was lying about everything. He was lying about masks. He was lying about social distancing. He was lying about lockdowns. He was lying about natural immunity. He was lying about the ability of the vaccine to prevent transmission and to prevent infection. He got the vaccine and he immediately got COVID-19, and then he got a pulmonary infarction. He was lying about the origins from day one. Why was he lying? Because he funded those studies at the Wuhan lab. And he funded the studies at the University of North Carolina that developed the techniques for weaponizing COVID-19, and then gave those, Ralph Baric, his funded scientist at the University of North Carolina, gave those to Xi Jinping, the scientist, the bat lady scientist in the Wuhan lab, and he taught her a technique that Anthony Fauci had paid him to develop, called seamless ligation, which is also called no-seum. It's a way of manipulating the virus to make it deadly to human beings and then covering up the evidence of human manipulation. And why would anybody spend NIH money developing that kind of technology? It's bioweapons technology. It has nothing to do with public health. It's the opposite. It's the inverse of anything you would want to do with public health. Well, he took that and he gave it to the Chinese military lab at Wuhan. So these are, and as you mentioned at the beginning of this, we today, NIH, has now issued a policy to make sure these kind of experiments can never happen again, that NIH will never again pay for a dangerous gain-of-function experiment.
And you leave it to Fox News to disrupt and destroy the balance of that incredible attack by Bobby Kennedy with all that noise and music that they were running. I'm sorry, but that just irked me. Bobby, RFK said it. He lied about everything. What do you make of that segment?
Yeah, this is the next step. He all but mentioned the word collaborators. Now, collaborators is a very, it's pregnant with meaning, particularly amongst the older generation. Collaborators after the war, those that collaborated with the fascists, the Nazis, the Italian fascists in Germany, in Italy rather, they were treated at the hands of the people quite brutally. Women were shaved heads, people were strung up in the streets for collaborating with the enemy. And so he did everything except use the word collaborator in relation to the media. So he mentioned Fauci, bad guy, media, collaborators. They're the ones that need to be held to account, and with good cause. And then he slipped back to Fauci and the development of the weaponization, the gain-of-function research, which allowed it to turn into a bioweapon. Now what's been introduced to the narrative is the fact the bioweapons treaty, International Bioweapons Convention. Now we're talking about serious crimes against humanity. The fact that the bioweapon term has been now used and introduced into the lexicon of this particular discussion. Collaborators, bioweapons, we're now at the highest level of criminality you can imagine. And once again, just like the doctors, the media are going to be wrapped up in this. Who were the other people that were hung after the German generals in World War II? The media that supported them. And this is real. This isn't just bloodlust. This is retribution, justifiable retribution, in order to demonstrate to those who follow, don't you do this or you will end up just like them. And that's a good thing for every young journalist out there to know. Now, my parents were both journalists. My older sister was a journalist. And they took that job very, very seriously. This isn't a theoretical concept, reporting the news. It is exceptionally important. It requires an exceptionally moral person to do it. In fact, my sister was invited to work on a show called The Current Affair, Australia's top-rated current affairs program. And within a few weeks, she resigned. Now, this is what every reporter wants. They spend their time in the print media. They go to the shipping news, and then they work on their way up in the print media. And if they're, they're pleasant to look at, are intelligent, can articulate a point, they get invited onto TV. And she was invited onto Current Affairs. She did 2-3 shows, whatever it was. And she came home in tears, and I can remember it. She came home in tears and said, I can't do it. And they asked why. My mother and my father asked why. I said, because all they want is the money shot. They want to see a picture of the victim and somebody crying. They don't care about the facts. And she resigned from one of the premier jobs in the country on a point of morality. And the media are anything but moral. They are amoral and they are immoral. They either don't have a central core or they do, and they don't care. They'll break the rules. They are both. And so this is a big finger in the face of the media. They are all going down, every last one of them. If they haven't already, they soon will. So the collaboration factor by the media, but then the bioweapons convention, International Bioweapons Convention being raised. Now we're serious. This is the serious end of the discussion. This opens up so many avenues for the white hats to travel down now that you're going to have to keep your head on a swivel, because it's going to move very quickly from here on.
Yeah, so you raised the point of the media. We've got them on, what I see here is their election interference for knowingly reporting false information during Russiagate and election theft, as well as the COVID situation. So, the media has been put on alert, as I see it. And President Trump called it out when he came down the escalator in 2015. One of the first narratives that I recall was fake news, enemy of the people. And we see it today with election theft, and we see it in their role in COVID. Let's listen to President Donald Trump. Run the clip.
Dr. Fauci invoked the Fifth Amendment more than 100 times today.
Yes,
Senator
sir.
Rand Paul said he's going to hold a vote on holding him in contempt of Congress. Do you think Dr. Fauci should face repercussions for this?
Well, I watched the whole thing today, but more importantly, I was a part of the whole Fauci. I inherited Fauci. He was here from the 1980s, so I had him for a period of time. And I disagreed with him on a lot. I would have had to close down the whole country if I listened to him. I went the Federalist way, which is basically to let the governors decide. And generally speaking, the Republican governors did very well. The Democrat governors did not very well. But Fauci wanted to have nobody wearing masks, if you remember, and then everybody had to wear 5 masks, as many masks as you could get. I mean, he made a lot of mistakes. And he wasn't a big factor for me. He was a very big factor for Biden. And if you remember, even though we were sort of prime time in terms of that whole disaster of COVID, far people died, fewer in the Trump administration than in the Biden administration. We ran it well. Operation Warp Speed was talked about as being one of the great success stories anywhere in the world.
How do you eat all that fruit and not get
Bloating isn't a food problem. It's a sign you're backed up. And you know, the crazy thing is people don't always know that they're backed up. Our digestive tract is over 30 feet long. So some people could just be living with pounds of just like...
Actually, and we did a good job. But many more people died under Biden than died in the Trump administration from COVID. COVID was a disaster, but Fauci did not help.
Do you think that the DOJ should reopen the investigation into the auto pen, specifically pertaining to Fauci?
Well, the only thing you can really think about is the auto pen, because the most powerful thing the president has, they say, is the power of pardon. So he was pardoned by Biden, and I respect that. I know how powerful it is. It's a very powerful, they say it's literally the most powerful thing a president has. Now, whether or not I sign my things directly, always, almost everything I sign directly. You're witness to many of them. He signed very few. The only thing I know that he signed was Hunter Biden's pardon, but I'm not sure that he signed, he probably didn't sign this one. So I can't tell you what the law is. I've heard that you have to have a lot of proof. You need to have letters. You need to have all sorts of things that the person operating the auto pen has to know exactly what it's all about. He didn't know what it was about because I saw him testify. So maybe there's something on the auto pen. Other than that, the power of pardon is very powerful.
Power of the pardon. What do you say about that, Colonel Bosey?
Yeah, he moved in first with the federalist approach, which was great. That the statement of trusting the people to take care of themselves. He doesn't want to be the guy that pulls every lever. He's saying, yeah, no, we took the federalist approach, let the governors do their thing. The Republican governors did well. Democrats not so well. We had fewer deaths under us, which is true. And then he mentions warp speed. And that needed to be mentioned because people are still using that as an excuse to prove that Trump is a bad guy. And what the people with Trump derangement syndrome refuse to accept is that what it did was it forced the companies, and you got to remember, Black Hats were still running a lot of the facilities here. DJT didn't have control of every lever of power in this operation. So Warp Speed forced them to put out vials full of saline because they didn't have enough of this stuff to go out. It would go out anyway. So instead of billions dying, millions died. So by Warp Speed, Trump saved millions and hundreds of millions of lives. Now, this is the brutal mathematics of war. If people are children and they want to see happy, joy news stories where all the bad guys die and all the good guys win and they can share fairy bread and coloured cake at the end of the show, then fucking grow up and go somewhere else. This is a real war with real deaths, and people have spilled real blood and real treasure to do this job. And it ain't perfect. No war is. And I know that all the comments are coming from people who've never put on a uniform. They've never actually taken a risk other than maybe trying a sugar substitute in their latte. That's about as risky as their life gets. But they should really pull their heads in and realize that what's been going on is tough and difficult and complex, and it's been done with exquisite detail. But anyway, that's the Warp Speed comment. But Federalist approach, fewer deaths. And the last point he mentioned was, sorry, I've now forgotten. What was it, John?
The pardons.
The pardons, yeah. The power of the pardon. Let's bring that back in. Let's keep this front of mind. Let's keep these issues front of mind of the people so they can, the short-term memory is about 5 to 7 issues. And so any good communicator won't push it to 7. Very few people can hold 7. 3 is the minimum that you should use. Always give them 3 things to remember. But you can go 3, 5, 7 depending on the capacity of your audience. So when you're sending messages, it's within that bracket between 3 to 7. 5 is about right. And they're just keeping issues front of mind. Pardon is one of them, because that's going to be a big deal in coming up in the next few months, I guess.
Yes, and Rand Paul, we're days away from finding out, but a couple of days ago stated on the record that it seems like he may try and pursue holding Fauci in contempt of court for his lack of performance as of recent. There seems to be a few different legal and constitutional angles to the approach here. You've got a pardon, and that's those stacks of issues. You've got the fact that the pardon may not have been legitimate anyway. Then you got those issues. Then you got contempt of court. and so forth and so on. And I think it was Josh Hawley stated, you have no rights based on some of these things. So there seems to be several different legal things, and I realize you're not an attorney, but we probably should have brought on Tom Renz to tag with us here, Attorney Tom. But Ricardo, what's your view of the legal aspects of this? Again, with the disclaimer, you're not an attorney. That ends up leading Fauci to swinging from the rope, which is how we started this program. In your best guess, what's the avenue that takes him there?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's like that old story. We know what you are, my dear. We're just discussing the price. You know, when the old question, what do you think I am, a prostitute? Well, we know what you are. Well, we know he's guilty. We're just discussing how he's going to get to the noose. Now, the first issue will be this, and it'll continue for a while. This is the pardon issue. That's got to be resolved, and it's already been resolved, but to the satisfaction of the people, and at a time that suits the narrative. Now, after that, there are three. Again, no legal training, but my understanding is this: there are three options open to what they can do with Fauci. He can be held in contempt of Congress by refusing to do what he's required to do. That means the Congress has to vote on taking action against him, and it becomes a protracted process. But they can do that, and then it's dealt with in a court of law. It can be, if Congress doesn't want, if they don't want to pursue it that way, he can just be charged in a normal court of law. And again, you are now subject to a protracted legal process. Now, the third one was, I had this yesterday, but I've now forgotten. So there's the contempt of Congress, there's the normal court of law, and then I guess it's just military tribunals after that, which one will go. Either way, either of those three ways, after the pardon issue is dealt with, and as I've said before, a good commander doesn't commit to a course of action until he's absolutely no options left open to him, and then he can pick the best one given the circumstances. But there are three potential ways ahead from here. Contempt of Congress, a normal legal can be referred to the normal prosecutors in the Department of Justice, or it gets dealt with under a martial law legal hearing.
I sure hope it's the latter. And as you said, much of this, if not all of it, may have already played out. But we'll go ahead and watch the program. I'm going to shift gears a little bit as we wind the program down. The U.S. Constitution states that somebody cannot run for a third term. And we discussed this to our audience on the Global Defense War panel. You'll want to tune into that. But it doesn't say that Trump can't be a third term president. You have the 45-47, so there's that discussion. He already had 3 terms, but one having to serve in a unique capacity out of Mar-a-Lago. And then you have Trump 2028 cap. So let's run this clip and sort of unpack this a little bit.
I think Trump will get a third term. Isn't that constitutionally illegal?
Trump getting a third term is not illegal. So let me explain the loophole. What Trump could do is this, okay? There are 2 possibilities. The first possibility is in 2028, he has his son, Don Jr., run as the president, and he runs as the vice president. And then when Don Jr. wins, if he wins, then Don Jr. could abdicate and Trump would be the president. And in the Constitution, you read the Constitution very carefully, it doesn't actually prohibit people from doing that. It's not been done in the past. And like no sane person with any morality would do this. But that doesn't stop Trump from doing this, okay? That's one possibility. Another possibility is that by 2028, America is at war with everyone.
We're discontinuing the 250th anniversary American flag after this final batch. Every flag that's left is going out for free.
There's a national draft. The president now has emergency war powers. And so he can actually suspend the Constitution and delay the election, which is what Zelensky did in Ukraine. So these are 2 different possibilities. But I think that given Trump's track record, given his personality, I think he very much wants a third term. And I think that he will do everything possible to get a third term.
Interesting dialogue. I think a bit off the mark. Certainly the Don Jr. approach is, in my humble opinion, certainly not going to happen. That's not going to be the president's decision, in my opinion. What are your views about this? 45-47, Trump 2028 hat, that signal. What do you make of all this? And the fact that we're under continuity of government, martial law on global martial law on steroids, basically. Let's top that gentleman's talking points, if you will.
Okay, first up, legitimacy is key here. I agree with you. The Don Jr. president, vice president, it stinks. It's a ploy done by someone who's weak. Weak individuals need tricks. Strong individuals don't. Trump is strong. If nothing, he's strong. He's heroic in his strength. And so it doesn't appeal. The second justification being that Zelensky did it. Again, not what you want. Hey, Zelensky did it, so I'll do it. So you're putting yourself on Zelensky's. Forget it. It's never going to happen. Legitimacy is key here. It's got to be the people love Trump and they want him in. So how's he going to do? I agree with the gentleman in the sense that Trump will do everything legitimately. That legitimacy is key to any further acknowledgement by the people that he is the president. Now, I think it's the 22nd Amendment that allegedly was slipped in to say that you can't run for another term. It's unconstitutional. So that gets punted and the door is open. And all of a sudden people go, well, thank goodness for that. Well, if we wanted Trump, he's allowed to be there. The 22nd Amendment was rubbish. Let's get rid of that. It's got rid of. And they're now relaxed because they have him back because there is no obvious successor because there just isn't. There will be in time, but there isn't at the moment. And that's by design. 22nd Amendment is gone. We've got Trump back and it's all legitimate. Let's get on with the job and keep cleaning up this mess.
Thank you. And again, to our viewers, Ricardo and Derek Johnson and Colonel Chuck Sellers broke that down as well on the Global Defense Board panel, as well as many other issues. Before we conclude this broadcast, and I appreciate you weighing in on Fauci, it's a pretty big deal, whether it's 2.0 Fauci or it's already happened and it's for the target audience. I've been waiting for this moment, like many of us, for 6 years. So we're going to follow this until the ultimate outcome for Anthony Fauci and all the others that will be implicated along the way. Let's switch gears completely. What's going on in Spain and Italy today? Out of nowhere, we have these headlines that seem rather interesting. Yeah, Italy orders full closure of the country's sea and air borders with Spain due to the foreign invasion. What's happening in Spain and Italy? Are we witnessing another orchestrated show of sorts? What's going on?
Sure, this is good, but I'm going to have to go back. I have to set the context for you. Do you remember a few days ago, a little while ago, that King Mohammed VI of Morocco renamed a major highway, which was built, the $1 billion highway, which is built to assist with access to the Atlantic for cross-Atlantic trade. So rather than going through the Med, Morocco was opening itself up to be becoming an export center for Africa. It's what people probably don't know about Morocco. It's fabulously wealthy, fabulously successful. They produce tons of cars, the Renaults, and they produce a large percentage of vehicles. They have a very sophisticated motor vehicle assembly capability. They control 70% of the world's phosphates, the fertilizers. So this country is a constitutional republic. King Mohammed's fabulously wealthy. They have elections, and he's running the show. Now, so why am I talking about Morocco? DJT's name was attached to this magnificent road that was built. It was started years ago, but it was built, and they called it now the Donald J. Trump Freeway or Expressway or whatever. And that news hit the streets, and people are going, why? What's Morocco? Where is Morocco? Where's this road? I have no clue. So people would have gone to the map of North Africa and gone, oh, there's Morocco. What's to the south? Western Sahara. What's that? Oh, that's just a bit of contested land. Why did King Mohammed VI call it the Donald Trump Road? Because Donald Trump acknowledged Morocco's claim to the sovereignty over Western Sahara. 2 thumbs up. Who was making the claim? Mauritania to the east. Mauritania hasn't been pushing this claim for some years now, but hey, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. And so now DJT says to King Mohammed VI, I acknowledge your claim to Western Sahara. Mohammed says, thanks, mate, no problem. I'll name a road after you and we'll make an announcement. And so it happens. Now, why is that important? Well, for Africa, if you look at, you've got the top of Africa, the deserts, then you've got this transitional stretch of land just south, and it covers just south of Morocco and east. It's called the Sahel, which means the coast, because this is a transitional piece of land. Then you got the savannah to the south. And so what Mohammed did is he promised the Sahel region access to his export routes so they can now get involved in cross-Atlantic trade. Now, this helps Africa grow in a very real practical sense. This isn't just, it's just not smoke and mirrors. This is a very real advance for Morocco and therefore for Africa. So they don't have to go through the Med anymore. So now we've got the geography right. So anybody that watched that announcement about the road and realized there's something more to it, you'd have come away with all that information. You've gone, wow, this is really interesting. I didn't know Morocco was so rich. I didn't know they control the phosphates of the planet. I didn't know that now this is going to open up African cross-Atlantic trade between Africa and the US direct without having to go through the Mediterranean ports. So now people know where Morocco is. Then all of a sudden we hear about the Moroccans crossing the border into Spain. Now, if you look at the map, there's North Africa, as you're looking at the map here, right? You're looking at the map, and here's Morocco, and there's the Straits of Gibraltar, and then there's the beginning of the Iberian Peninsula, which is Spain. So how can they cross a border into Spain? They can't. There is no land border with Spain, except there is. And on the tip, the very northern tip of Morocco, there's a small patch of land. It's called Ceuta. Ceuta. It's spelt, let me get this right, C-E-U-T-A. C-E-U-T-A, but it's pronounced Ceuta in Spanish. And that's actually a Spanish enclave on African mainland, on what should be Morocco by any other description. Not dissimilar to the Rock of Gibraltar, which is in the Straits of Gibraltar, right there. It should be part of Spain, but it's actually controlled by the British, and the British won't hand it over because strategically it's invaluable. And so this is a little Spanish enclave on mainland Africa. That's where the Moroccans have crawled over the border. Donald Trump has criticized that. He's called them all sorts of offensive names. Having been best mates with Mohammed VI, he's now saying the Moroccans are dirtbags and they're destroying Spain. So now we've got all these Moroccans jumping the border, going into Ceuta, causing the Spanish left-wing government all sorts of concerns because they're now allowing all of this to happen and they're doing nothing about it. And the Spaniards in Ceuta are in real trouble. So that then triggers Meloni, who's also the Prime Minister of Italy, who's also under control, to say, well, we better close the borders with Spain because Spain's now out of control. And so they're now attracting attention, everybody's eyes. The road story was to get everybody focused on Morocco. Morocco is now focusing the people on Spain, and Spain is now focusing the
number one worst snacks for your waistline.
Olives has its own
attention, getting the attention of the Italians, and they're now raising an issue in the southern part of Europe about the illegal immigrants and what's going to happen next. So now they've got the entire world looking at it with a little more interest. Now, is there a story in and of itself in relation to this? Absolutely. Is it a distraction from, say, I don't know, the Straits of Hormuz? Is it a distraction, I don't know, from anywhere else on the planet where things are going on that they don't want us to look at just now? So let's look at the Straits of Gibraltar. Let's look at Ceuta while other things are happening down here, and then that'll pop up. And so the story keeps rolling. So as I said, keep your head on a swivel, folks. It's very interesting as the story reveals itself. Now, having said all of that, let me just understand that we take this very seriously. Real people are dying. This is not a happy time. I get that. I really do. There's real suffering out there on a real level, and they don't care about the road in Morocco. They don't care about Ceuta. They don't care about Spain and Italy because they're looking at the 6 inches in front of their face, and I've got to pay rent. I'm about to be kicked out. I've got a family with 5 children, and a husband and horses, and we've got nowhere to go. So I understand there are real problems. So this isn't a moment for sort of celebration in that sense, but we must understand what's going on. And there is a movie being played out to us. If we understand the movie, it'll give us a little bit more pause and calm to understand that what I'm dealing with here will come to pass, but it will go. Every night finishes with a dawn. It's always the same. And quite literally, for those of us who have been there of a morning waiting for the bad guys to come and get us, just before the sun rises, and this is quite literal, it is a weather event, just before the sun rises, the sky literally gets darker. Whatever ambient light there was overnight, it just darkens. It literally gets darkest before the dawn, and the temperature will drop a couple of degrees. So you'll sit there, you'll see the sun starting to come up, well, the hint of a sun coming up, and you'll start shivering. Why? Because it gets colder and darker just before the sun comes up. For all of those of you who are suffering, and you are, I get it, we're all going through it to differing degrees. It is coming to an end. I know you've been hearing this for years. I get it. It has been coming to an end, but it has to come to an end at the right time. And so we are very close, very, very, very close.
Thank you, sir. We are very close, and this is going to be an incredible year ahead. And put on your seatbelts, pray, plan, and prepare, and don't lose the faith. Stay together. And to that point, tune into Fireside Chats with JMC, just published yesterday, a premiere episode. I break down a lot of things in there, including the discussions concerning Guardian Daniel R. And but Ricardo, sir, thank you very much for breaking this down. The majority of the show we spent on the Fauci hearings, if you will, and this has just begun, and all roads lead to justice. And we're going to witness it. We're going to see it, and there will be a cause of celebration there, at least. Thank you very much. Let's put up a copy of Ricardo's book. A lot of our audience, and I've gotten comms from the audience, have picked up your book already. But for those that haven't and those newly coming aboard, The 5 Pillars of Real Leadership, Greatness Awaits You, Ricardo Bosi, in its 5th printing. You can pick up a copy at wilkinsonpublishing.com.au and also at amazon.com. I want to thank you again, retired Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bosi of Australia One Party in Australia. I also want to say hello to all our Australian friends out there. Thanks to your presence and your leadership and you giving of your time to me and my network for our 2nd year now on this program and the Global Defense War panel. We have a growing audience in Australia, and we love you, Australians, and we thank you. And you've got a man sitting here on the screen who can turn things around there with your help. So God bless you, Ricardo Bosi. Thank you, sir. I'll be right back after a brief announcement about the Global Defense War broadcast.
Join JM.
All right. How do you know if your dandelions have been sprayed with Roundup? Do they eventually clean themselves out? I don't know. I was noticing your chat. It was a good episode. He really went into a few things there that I think people needed to hear and that we had discussed here in the past few days, like warp speed, for instance. So Bosi always lays everything out pretty straightforward. If you're up for sticking around a little bit longer, I wanted to look at this interview with Patriot Princess to see what they're covering in it. And we don't have to watch the whole thing tonight or whatever if it's long, or just curious. She does some really kind of good random topics in the interviews. So I'm going to put it on, see what it's about.
campaign trails.
No.
Turn my volume up. It's all the way
Yeah,
up.
maybe. Is it?
I don't know why I can't
Okay.
hear you.
Let's try this. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. Okay, if you have, you can watch it again. If not, then you don't have to stay with us. But this is what we're going to be showing, and then we'll probably give some comments and thoughts along the way. But I think I want to go ahead and get right into this. What are you feeling, Princess?
I'm good to go. I might go outside and sit in my garden for a little bit, but I'm good to go. So
That's okay. Yep. Yeah, you be
Don't
mobile
mind me.
and do what you do, and we'll be. But if you wanna say anything or whatever, just kind of like let me know, because we'll stay on screen, and just let me know if you want me to pause it and want to say something. I'll be keeping an eye on you. All right.
Okay. Perfect. Sounds
Let's
good.
do it. Here we go. Perfect. Here we go. Might want to mute your microphone though.
Okay, I can do that. Maybe I can figure that out. Did I mute it? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're not muted yet. Hold on. Actually, I think I can do it for you. Hold on.
Yeah, please. Please.
There we go. All set. Perfect.
Please welcome the next President of the United States, Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen.
We're coming off the bloodiest year in the history of New York.
How bad is crime on the subways? Today, police say the robbers were getting robbed.
New York, within a matter of weeks, may be bankrupt. And then to the rescue, developer Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
He accomplished in 3.5 months what the city couldn't do in 6 years.
Never mind. Looks like they're, looks like more than an interview. They're just, what's the word? Giving commentary to a movie. I don't think I'm in the mood for a movie. That's an interesting change. I was kind of hoping that was an interview, because they do really great interviews. That's an old movie too. Vindicating Trump. We've actually watched that on here a few times. The Dinesh D'Souza movie. It's one of the ones we've watched. Well, in that case, I'm going to put the link to the Juan O'Sullivan interview, if you guys are interested in watching that later. It's on YouTube. I'll just put the link to the video in the chat. There you go. So there's that in the chat. Well, I guess I don't need that, huh? Bloop, 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 bloop. That's better. Thank you all for joining tonight. I'm going to read my thing real quick. And thank you. Those of you who donated, I really appreciate it. Linda, God bless you. Be a comforter. They approach and come forward. Each helps the other and says to his brother, be strong. Life is not easy, but if you complain about your fate and feel like God has let you down, you only succeed in creating more misery and despair. If the eternal spirit of the living Christ lives in you, he'll prevent you from sinking into the quicksand of despair. Cast your cares upon God. After all, he knows about everything. Then you'll be able to live creatively and courageously. Through the power of Christ's indwelling spirit, you can triumph over any negative circumstance. I like that. I really like this book. It has been one long day. But I think there's a lot of good things on the way. I wish I knew what this next period of time looked like exactly. It's coming up quick, isn't it? I did see a post that said that August 8th is 88 days away from the midterms. I don't know if that's true or not. Sounds kind of interesting. Sounds cool. I'm staying positive. Things aren't always the most perfect. But we just gotta do our best. How we react to things makes a big difference. We need well, first I suppose I need to see if anything else came up before we go. Find some music to play. Black Swan event. So, alright, looks like there's another one. An interview, I think, unless this is old. Let me look. Maybe. Oh, it just came out. We could look at it, I suppose, instead of jumping off here. I'm not the biggest fan of the person interviewing him, but let's play it for a second and see how it goes. He's kind of pushy with him.
If you sit on the toilet, bear down, and barely anything comes out. You don't have constipation, you have poop paralysis. And the difference between...
We don't need to know that.
Happened. His chief of staff, who I happen to know personally, is a great man, Matt. Matt was the guy that's responsible to go down to Guantanamo Bay to oversee the expansion and the media rooms and probably things that I don't even know that I'm sure that maybe Juanito will enlighten us and fill in the blanks. This is why he is so confident that the arrests are coming. In case you guys are all wondering, the guy that works for him has a hand in this whole entire thing. And I try to get in touch with Matt. Matt's probably just as busy as Juanito, if not busier. And every time I call him, he is, right? And yeah, and every time I try to reach him, hey, I'm in Washington, D.C., I'm doing X, Y, and Z. I'll try to reach you later. This is a busy man. These guys are on a mission to make sure that what needs to take place will take place. Juanito, there's so much to discuss. I mean, we're maybe at a precipice of a peace deal with Iran. I'm sure you'll fill in those blanks as well. Are we getting close to having peace on earth? Welcome to the Mel Carmine Show, my friend.
Well, it might be a little premature, peace on earth, puppies and kittens playing together peacefully. Let me just, a couple points of clarification. Matt's work at Guantanamo was before he left active service in the Marines. So it's been quite some time since he lived and worked at Guantanamo. He lived there for about a year and a half. He actually served on tribunals and worked as a investigator in military tribunals there at Gitmo. And while he was there, he supervised the installation of a media center at Guantanamo. Now, he has since gone on to other stuff. He works for me, but including, Matt's the guy that briefed President Trump on Fast and Furious. So, there's a lot of history here. And we're not through with Fast and Furious, by the way, either. So, but part of the reason I had Matt go ahead and start doing his own show with Warren over it, and my reason for pushing him, and Matt didn't really want to do it. He prefers to kind of stay behind the scenes. And I kind of told him, well, if I got to come out, you got to come out. So there you go. So he has a show over at PPM, Patriot Party News, with Warren. Warren's had a show there for quite a long time. He started that network. And my logic was this: when the media center goes active, they will allow, you can't have every media person in the world show up at Guantanamo. They can't support that kind of activity. So they'll have a media pool of accepted people who can come and report on what's happening at Guantanamo. We want the world to know what's happening at Guantanamo, but it has to be fairly organized and regimented, because you can't disrupt the actual activities of the tribunals as they get underway. And so, but you do want media there. So there will be a media pool of representative media present that then can share their reporting with other outlets, etc. In order to be part of that media operation, you will have to have some type of credentialing that allows you to, it's not just, hey, I'm an important person for the public, I want to buy my way in there. No, you're talking about something that's hypercritical to allow people to look over the shoulder, be present as justice is meted out. And so just like witnesses in any court case and having an open courtroom, we don't do lynchings, and we want no part of lynchings in America. This isn't some star chamber. We want the media to be able to be present, to report on what's going on, share that with the world, because the curative effect of justice being meted out is not served when that justice is hidden under a basket. Horrible crimes have been committed, not just against the American people, but out across the world in the name of the American people. And so we have to be able to separate and divide off from the rest of the population these monsters who have found their way to power, found their way to positions of influence, and taken the lifeblood, the energy of the American people through taxes and authorities and like that, and literally led genocides across the world, who have interfered in the business of the people, such as the Russia gate stuff, where President Trump's first term was totally sidetracked, or near totally, with all of this Russia debacle. And then that as an excuse not to disclose foreign interference in our elections. These collusive operations interfered with the business of the American people and put America and the world not just at risk, but something beyond that, where many have died. Many lives have been forever damaged, health issues with the COVID, things like that. So at Guantanamo, over the last several years, and you have to put this in context, Congress, Nancy Pelosi, Biden, Obama, for almost 2 decades now. These Democrat leaders and a handful of Republicans, by the way, have talked about shutting down Guantanamo Bay and Gitmo. And they've talked about that, they're going to move these prisons onto U.S. soil. Why is Guantanamo so important? If we bring people onto U.S. soil, then they're processed through the normal justice system, and trials take forever. Judges can play with this stuff. A normal, murder trial might take 10 years by the time you get through all the appeals like that. In a military justice system, it is much more curt. A lot of the mischief is curtailed. Much of the material in a military court setting may, for various reasons, have to be classified. So it's a very delicate but swift, comparatively, process. And in this case, not a judge, but a tribunal of judges supersedes or oversees all of the activity. A defendant has the right to counsel an attorney and the prosecutor. And then evidence is brought before the 3-judge panel. And a lot of the formalities are not present in a tribunal that you would see in a normal trial setting, in a domestic setting. Mm-hmm. By not bringing the persons onto physical U.S. soil, they don't get the same courtesies, if you will.
Different set of rules, right?
Different set of rules. Yeah. And so Guantanamo Bay is a military setting. We actually have other locations on the planet where we are set up to do tribunals also and imprison people. There's been a phenomenal amount of work done at least one of the other facilities. But, Guantanamo, the facility was upgraded back during President Trump's first term. In spite
Guantanamo, wouldn't it be cool to get on the roster, the media roster, to go in and out of Guantanamo for some of the tribunals? That'd be great. I imagine I don't qualify or something like that. I don't know. All that being said, I think we'll wrap up here. Everybody seems to be getting tired, it appears. I'm tired. You guys rock. I got the best chat ever here. Join in. Hiya, Disco. It's good to see you. I was thinking about you tonight. I was wondering where you'd been. I gotta get some of these packages out tomorrow and stuff. Fun. Yeah, the Mel Carmine show is it's right there. And then Mary Crowley links up there. I'll post it again too. The Mary Crowley episode is that one. And that's also with Juan. It's just with a different host. So, yeah, I miss seeing all you guys. I know it's hard to be here all the time. It's hard enough for me to be here all the time. But I'm here. I'm here. I appreciate you guys. And I love you all very much. Let's get some music going for our trip out of here. And we will be back tomorrow, like always. Yeah, there was a good crowd tonight. It's good to see everybody here. Let me find some music. God bless y'all. Stay safe and have a good night.
Millions of views earned. But how do I earn extra?
2 words. YouTube shopping. Enrolling is super easy.
Carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more. Once I rose above the noise and confusion, just to get a glimpse beyond this illusion. I was soaring ever higher, but I flew too high. Though my eyes could see, I still was a blind man. Though my mind could think, I still was a madman. I hear the voices when I'm dreaming. I can hear them say, carry on our wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more. Masquerading as a man with a reason. My charade is the event of the season. And if I claim to be a wise man, it surely means that I don't know. On the stormy sea of moving
my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
All we say to America is be true to what you said on paper. But somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest for rights. We've got some difficult days ahead.
And we are going to make our country great again.
I just want to do God's will. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
I am talking about genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, the kind that enables men and nations to grow and to hope and build a better life for their children. Not merely peace for Americans, but peace for all men and women. Not merely peace in our time, but peace in all time.